Hi guys. How's everyone doing? Hello. I think I have an airplane flying overhead at the moment, so apologies if the audio sounds really terrible. Sounds good? Okay. When I first moved here, I didn't have an airplane problem, but they've since rerouted some of the Southwest airline incoming flights, and they fly right over my house. So these are some comic panels that are sadly lacking their context, but I didn't want to give everything away for upcoming comic pages, so I isolated them a bit. They're also quite a mess, so I'll be trying to make them a bit more presentable during this live stream. It's a little embarrassing showing work that's this messy. But it's just part of the process, so. Also, part of the problem with drawing things far in advance is that by the time I actually get to the part where I'm polishing up, sorry about that, aim is probably making noise. That I don't like anything that I've that I drew before, so I end up reworking a lot of it. It's nice to get ahead, but then I end up kind of shooting myself in the foot by redoing it all later. Evil Industrialists, hello Mike, asks, what's it like doing this full-time a month in? I think it's what, 2 months in now, actually? Oh, I guess it's actually, well, a month since I launched the, a little more than a month since I launched the Patreon. But, yeah, I left my job in February, the end of February. It's been really great so far. I'm really enjoying it, just a little bit paranoid about messing it up somehow or something, but I feel pretty at ease and just a much happier person in general, kind of being able to do this and not be frustrated all day long that I'm not doing this, which is where I was before. What do you guys think? Are you happy with the way the Patreon stuff is going? Is everybody entertained? Are you feeling like it's worthwhile? I still would like to update faster than I do, but it looks like I'll have an intern helping me a little bit over the summer to make more wallpapers and possibly get some translated versions of the comic ready to post online in Spanish and French and things like that, so should maybe speed things along a little bit. Erica Rue, Risk Pig, and Insane 677. Thank you for your feedback. I'm glad you're liking it so far. Crazy Piano Man says, I think it's great you get to do something you love full-time now, especially when so many others love it too. Well, I agree. I'm glad other people seem to like it, and I mean, I can't think of anything I'd rather spend my time doing, so I feel very, very lucky to have this opportunity to really focus on it. Pined for it for years. And there were points when I thought it was quite unrealistic, but I have you guys to thank for proving me wrong on that account, so thank you. Crackers asks, you're going to be making more of the sketches for patrons public? How are they coming? They're coming along. I've been sending, just about every day I send more of them out, 1 or 2 at a time. If you haven't gotten yours yet, it's probably because I'm just working my way down the list and you're on there somewhere. But yeah, I'll share some more of them. I hesitated a little bit to do that because I wasn't sure if people would object to that. If you want, like, some people might want their drawing to be their own and kind of, you know, their thing in private, and if they want to post it somewhere, they can do that, but I didn't want to just go and start plastering it all over the internet, like. Because the point is that the drawing is for you specifically as a patron, so I don't want to be too presumptuous with the art. Oh, are you hearing children? Yeah, sorry about that. My neighbor's kids are running around outside. I'm actually on the second floor of my house, and I can still hear them. They're not even that close to me, but sorry. With the warm weather comes all the outdoor noise. Awesome Steven 64 says, so are you making a card deck? Yes, I am working on that slowly but surely. My plan is that when Volume 1 is complete, which should be hopefully winter of this year, early winter, if all goes according to plan, I'm going to take a little time to focus on speeding up the card deck progress, try and get that ready to go so that I can release Volume 2 and then hopefully follow that up not too long after with an art book and a card deck. Al Hilton says, Tracy, you're an inspiration. I was so excited when I saw you had a Patreon page. Well, thank you. I guess it was about time that I tried some crowdsourcing to make this thing possible. It's a little scary stepping into something like that when you don't really know quite what to expect. Again, sorry about the kids. I guess I could lean out my window and yell at them, but I don't want to be that much of a curmudgeon. They probably already think I'm the weird neighborhood cat lady, so... Rocky Rickaby 1995 says, oh wait, I'm in Central Time. Am I an hour late? Nope, I actually just started a few minutes early. You're right on time, really. Sort of a stand-in for Spotify music, I guess. The children screaming and shrieking, parents yelling at them. Awesome, Steve in 64 says, cool. I was thinking it would be really cool if you had the clothes of individual characters match up with the color of the symbol thingy. Yeah, a little bit I'm doing that. The background that they sit against will match up, obviously, with the suit. The spades and clubs have kind of a tealy blue and black background, and the hearts will have a red and black background. And then, of course, the face cards all have a custom background, but it kind of has the suit theme mixed in quite a bit. And even their clothes have some of that. If you see, if you look on the website and see some of the art I've already posted for these things, like Ivy's dress on the Queen of Diamonds has a lot of diamond motif in it, and Wick's scarf has diamonds on it, and Zib's background has hearts all over the damn place, so so yeah, kind of a little bit of that worked in. Caneless says, do you ever hear the voices of your characters? And if so, what do you think they sound like? I can hear them in my head, but I don't really know how to describe. People ask me for celebrity examples and things like that, but I'm a little bit at a loss for what to say about that. I don't know my voice actors very well, and even my contemporary actors. I'm not terribly good with those, but there certainly is no lack of people who've opined on it to me, and who've even done some of their own recordings. They're kind of scattered through YouTube and Vimeo and such, but shouldn't be hard to find them with a search for Lackadaisy radio play or Lackadaisy voiceover. And of course, those are their interpretations of the characters' voices. They don't necessarily match up with my own thoughts about it, but kind of part of the fun is letting people hear the characters the way they would hear them. So I'm always kind of interested to hear what other people think. Erica Rue says, did you find it hard to go from working in a team environment at your day job to working solo? I definitely miss the people I worked with. They were all really excellent people, excellent artists, and hard workers. And so I miss them, but I think my natural inclination is to usually work alone, so kind of a bit of a loner in that regard. So it feels pretty natural to be working on my own thing, and of course I've been doing it for a long time, as much as I could on the side anyway, so I knew it was something I enjoyed doing by myself, but yeah, I do miss those people, and I'm actually participating this coming weekend, it'll be the first weekend I haven't spent on working on Lackadaisy comics since I left my job. I'm doing the 48-hour film festival with some of them, which is something I have done every year since 2010 or so, I think. It's kind of a mad rush to make a short film over the course of 48 hours. So I get to hang out with some people that I've been missing and do a fun project with them. The game that I was working on right before I left just went into worldwide release on iPhone, Android, and Windows Phone. If you guys are interested, it's Lara Croft Relic Run. And yeah, it's another runner game, but we really, the team really put a lot of work into making it more than just a runner. So if you feel like checking it out, it's free to play, free to download. Did any of your old teammates read your comic? Asks Insane 677. I think they knew about it. I don't know that any of them actively kept up with it or read it. I mean, they definitely knew I was doing it, but it's one of those things where, I don't know, I'd be afraid to ask, really. Like, hey, you read my comic? Somehow it's easier to share these things that are so personal in an artistic way with people you don't know on a personal level. When it's somebody you know on a personal level, I don't know, there's a certain terror involved in it. Sometimes my parents will call me and make comments on something that I posted, and I'm like, oh God, don't tell me you read that. It's a little mortifying. I'm not sure why. Perhaps you feel like you're revealing some part of yourself that you don't normally reveal when you share artwork. Brennick95 says, for some reason I imagine Rocky with the voice of George Clooney from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? But that seems a bit too deep. Yeah, I don't think he has quite as low a voice as that, but certainly a little bit frantic and manic in that same way that George Clooney played that character. There goes another airplane. Willems. Speaking of voice acting, Tracy, would you want to be there for casting if Lackadaisy became an animated or live acted thing? I don't know. Maybe. Not something I'd really given much thought to. I guess, yeah, I would. I wouldn't want to. I'd be afraid of, just in a general way, of leaving it in the hands of somebody else to try to translate to film or something. I mean, I guess on the surface it sounds like a dream come true, but if somebody wanted to film it or something, but at the same time it would be like terrifying that if they mishandled it or something, or you'd have your name attached to this potential abomination for the rest of your life. So, and I don't know, I'm not sure, not always sure that film or television is the right medium for everything. I mean, some things I think just, maybe it's meant to be a comic and that's the best way to deal with it. I'm happy just being in control of where it goes for right now. And yeah, if someone did, on the off chance that that ever came to happen, I would certainly want to have input into the whole thing, but it'd be a nerve-wracking experience for me. Kainla says, think you would ever get a studio to animate your comic like cartoon? Yeah, I don't know. It has actually been optioned before, but optioning something and actually making something out of it are two very different things. An option is just the option to kind of like set it aside and say, well, for the duration of this contract, we have the exclusive option to take this to film production or something. So it doesn't really mean a whole heck of a lot. It's just like a producer will go option several things and see if they can muster up funding for one of them, or figure out which one has the most potential, and then they'll follow through on actually producing some media with it. But sort of like just signing a contract to be set on someone's shelf temporarily while they figure out if they want to do anything with your stuff, and then when they almost inevitably don't, you just go back to being a free-floating entity. But I haven't done anything like pitched it or anything like that. That would be like another full-time job in itself, to put together a pitch and go around to studios trying to get somebody to pick it up. And yeah, I'd rather just work on making a comic, telling the story right now. Is it ski dog or skid dog? Hi, Tracy. My wife and I love your work so much. We try really hard to put lots of love into our comic that we've been working on as well. So you're kind of an inspiration to us. I'm very honored to hear that. What kind of comic are you working on? That's pretty awesome. Awesome Steven64 says, wait, there are actually people who voiced over some of the Lackadaisy comics on YouTube. I don't know, but I'd check them out to see if it would match. Oh, yeah, there are several of them really well done. Some of them, like, I know a troupe of voice actors has done some episodes of Volume 1 with all of the parts voiced for the pieces that they've tackled, so. Would a 1980s Lackadaisy spin-off be more like Back to the Future, Fast Times at Ridgemont High, or Cocaine Cowboys? All of those things with a little bit of Miami Vice mixed in, I guess. I don't know. Bryan Cranston would be perfect for Atlas. I could see that, yeah. Crazy Piano Man says, Tracy, do you have a favorite comic strip? A strip like newspaper strip, like a syndicated strip, or do you mean like a favorite webcomic or comic book? Strip-wise, I'd say hands down Calvin and Hobbes has been my favorite since I was a little kid. Always looked forward to the Sunday paper and the color Calvin and Hobbes strip that would be there. I would frequently draw what I saw, kind of imitate Bill Watterson comics, and learned a lot about comic drawing in general, I think, from Calvin and Hobbes. Most of the other ones didn't interest me too much. I did go through, I guess, a Garfield phase when I was maybe like 9 or 10. Drew a lot of Garfield. But in terms of just artistic aesthetics, wit, and sense of motion, and pretty much everything I love about comics, Bill Watterson's work really epitomized that. I really envy the way he can just take simple shapes and make a really appealing environment out of it. That is something I struggle with. I tend to make everything so overwrought and overdo everything. I still have more to learn. If you have Netflix, though, there's a newish documentary out called Stripped that's all about syndicated comics and webcomics, and a lot of people I know and have spoken to and appear in that documentary. It's really quite well done. Suggest checking it out if you're interested in getting a glimpse at the existences of cartoon makers. Minnie Selena says, are you familiar with Alex Gard's work? The name sounds familiar. I'm not sure I can, off the top of my head, place that one. I will look it up, though. Lillum says, no way, you don't overdo anything, in my honest opinion. I love the detail you put into your work. It adds depth. Well, thank you. I do try. I am, I don't know, detail-oriented by nature, I guess. But sometimes I miss the bigger picture, and that, details are nice and everything, but often the bigger picture is the more important thing, and sometimes I lose sight of that and spend too much energy and focus on the small things. And when you do that to such an extent that it muddles the overall composition of a panel, or just obfuscates the intended purpose of it or what you're trying to communicate, then that's a problem. Like sometimes my compositions suffer from that. But everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, I suppose. You gotta recognize what they are and start honing those weak spots. And get as good at it as you can, and then work on something else that you're weak at. Thank you for the link. I will check that out. I'm sure it's somebody I should know exactly who it is, but maybe I haven't had enough caffeine yet today. Let's see. Just doing a Google image search on Alex Gard. Looks like an editorial style that I've definitely seen before, so very cool. Actually, reminds me a little bit of Tanglefoot's style. If you hang around Tumblr at all, Tanglefoot is an excellent artist. I definitely recommend looking her work up. Kameless says, would you ever tour your comic for like signings and stuff? I have done that to some extent. I did go to Italy for a little book tour back when Volume 1 first came out. That was a lot of fun and scary and exhausting all at the same time. And I have been to like conventions and things in the US for similar purposes, just shaking hands with people and signing books and meeting other artists and things. I will be at Comic-Con this year doing that, so San Diego Comic-Con, if anyone else is heading that way. Katie Struck says, any chance we could see some excerpts from your sketchbook sometime, or do you keep a regular sketchbook? Not sure I would call it a sketchbook. I have a clipboard with copy paper stuck inside of it, and I frequently will do my little thumbnail drawings and things on that, and then I do my bigger drawings on pieces of Bristol board that end up in various locations in my house, under my coffee table and in drawers and closets and things. So it's really a sketchbook in a formal sense, but lots of scattered drawings everywhere. Ren261 says, can I ask if you ever get inspiration from your own cats for the comic or anything? Yes, all the time. They inspired quite a few of the characters. At a base level, though, of course. I mean, you start working on a character, you might start with something like, oh, my cat does this funny thing, so maybe I'll start with that as like a foundation for a character, and then you kind of really start developing it further from there, mixing in personality traits and other things from historical figures or people you know, or kind of really detail them out, work out a backstory for them, figure out who they are. But yeah, I frequently will start with just like my cat Calvin is kind of he's a big baby and loves attention, but he's also deeply insecure and lashes out when people laugh. So that kind of like bizarre personality swap that he does was sort of the inspiration for Freckle or Calvin, the cat character. And then of course, as I start working on the character, he becomes its own, separate thing that in my head, they are no longer that connected, but yeah, so the cats certainly have been a useful starting point for character development for this comic. Minnie Selena says, do you plan on going to any cons soon? Yeah, like I said, I am going to San Diego Comic-Con, and there's a slight possibility I'll be going to Anime Expo the weekend before that, but I don't know. It's kind of hard to get away from my home for that long, specifically because I have cats and who need to be taken care of. So, any chance you'd consider one of the East Coast cons? I've been interested in going to New York Comic Con, and there are some others. Dragon Con is one that I have been thinking about, but I don't know yet where I'll land on the East Coast. I need to talk to my publisher about that and see what they might be interested in doing. Twitch to Menier says, hope we get a glimpse at the scattered over the house sketch papers. Some of it I do show, and some of it ends up becoming like finalized art, and frequently it's like character design drawings or things that I eventually intend to make finalized art out of, but it's not exactly presentable the way it is. So I mean, in some capacities, I do end up showing a lot of that stuff, but the stuff that I don't show, there's generally a reason for it. It's because it's just messy junk. So usually I like to share more refined pieces of work. I suppose I could do a kind of a junky sketch pile update at some point. Katie Struck says, do you have a favorite internet cat? Like a one of those cat celebrities that I like Lil Bub. I'm pretty cynical person by nature, but I can't help but be touched by Lil Bub and her dude. Katsukan is a good one. Oh, that's in is that a St. Louis con? Maybe I'm mistaking that for something else. Insane677 says, isn't Anime Expo meant for anime? By and large, yeah, but I guess it's not exclusive to anime. I always hear from a lot of people who see the 4DE, my publisher's booth at Anime Expo, and so it seems like they fit in well there, so I imagine the stuff that they print, like my comic, might fit in well there too. I really don't know. It's kind of don't know until you get there if you really belong there. I have been at conventions before where I definitely did not fit in, so and that has largely been the Midwest conventions. That's just do not seem geared toward that same I don't know, webcomic / indie scene that I guess I occupy. It's usually, I don't know. Those that I've been to have been much more geared toward the mainstream, like Big Two comic fair, superhero stuff. Suit Boy Sean says Maru. Yeah, Maru is pretty hilarious. Maru, the cat who likes boxes. Well, all cats like boxes, but Maru especially, yes, is quite entertaining. Oh, Katsukan is in Washington, D.C. Okay, I was wrong about that one. I thought I recognized the name, but I guess I didn't. Erica Rue says, Boston has such a great comic community. We'd love to see you. That'd be cool. My family's all in Massachusetts, actually. I should probably make a point to do some conventions out that way and visit my family in one fell swoop. Thank you for the suggestions. Kingla says, do you ever start to draw something and think, wow, how did that happen? In the sense that I frequently will draw something and then be, as soon as I'm done with it, immediately repulsed by it, yes. Like, oh, how did I make such a terrible mess of this? Sometimes when you're working on something, you aren't taking that step back and like really perceiving what you're doing. You're just kind of lost in it, and sometimes you look at it and surprise yourself at how terrible it is. Like what you initially thought was a great idea, and you're like, oh god. And then you throw it away or hide it in a closet somewhere. Let the cat sleep on it. Besides cats, what are some of your favorite things to draw? Any animal, really. I love drawing animals. That was, as a kid, I think that was what got me started drawing, was just, I loved animals, and I wanted to draw pictures of them, so. Horses through most of my childhood, I think, was my primary girlish obsession, and then I went through a definite dragon phase. And then I got really into drawing like all kinds of creatures and things, and like saved up a bunch of money when I was maybe in like middle school or so, and bought all the D&D Monstrous Manual books and there are like extension books and things like that, like companion books. And I went through and drew every single thing in them. Kind of learned. That was one summer I did that, and I really learned a lot doing that. It was excellent practice. Really broadened my horizons a bit there. Broke away from just doing like dragons and cats and dogs and horses and rabbits. Good night, Insane677. Thanks for dropping by. Minnie Selena says, I'm willing to bet that you dig Black Sad. I do, yeah. I didn't actually know about it until I started Lackadaisy and people started saying, oh, this reminds me of Black Sad. And I was like, oh, I gotta go check it out. And it's really, well, all of those books are a stunning piece of work, so yeah. Lilum says, oh man, one of the Lackadaisy crew should ride a horse. Or maybe all of them. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know that they'd be any good at it. Might be fairly amusing though. Katie Struck says maybe they should ride a dragon instead. I know at least one character that would sound appealing to. Erica Rue, sorry if I'm mispronouncing your name. I'm just kind of guessing at what the pronunciation is. Do you imagine the characters in this world have pets? If so, what animals would be pets versus people? Pretty much the way it works in, I mean, it's not entirely literal that they're cats. They're people. They're just represented with cats, so it's not all that, like, functionally different from the real world. They aren't like self-aware that they're cats. They're people in their own heads. But anything that isn't a domestic feline is fair game as pets in the Lackadaisy world. So, dogs, hamsters, goldfish, what have you, would all be present. Might make appearances in the comic at some point. Crazy Piano Man says, Wick probably rides, eh? I think he might have had family members who were into riding, but he was never... Yeah, I wouldn't say he would have been terribly interested in being on a horse. I think he'd have felt quite awkward doing that. Just like duck hunting with his father was not his bag of chips, but yeah, I think Wick would have been much more fascinated by cars, which would have been a fairly new thing when he was born and when he was a child. Cars would have definitely piqued his interest. They still do. And trains. Good night, Vocadat. Patrick, thanks for dropping by. Minnie asks, do you think after Calvin got kicked out of the police academy he would have considered joining the military? Probably, had Rocky not swooped in at the exact right or wrong moment, depending on how you look at it. Yeah, I think something like that would satisfy his innate sense of dutifulness as a alternate to being a police officer. Katie Struck says, wait, Mrs. Babka riding a glorious dragon and Rocky looking on with wonder. You know your fingers are itching to make this a reality. It sounds like something Zib might hallucinate about. Resident Bunburyist. I didn't realize you were doing a live stream tonight. Yeah, it was kind of a last minute thing. Sorry about that. I wanted to get one last one in before the end of May, but and realized that May ended on Sunday, and that I had plans for this weekend, but unlike what I usually do, which is comics on the weekend. And so I kind of just tried to squeeze this one in last minute. But there'll be more in June, so. And I'll try to give some more forewarning for the next one. Awesome Steven 64 says, so for the Lara Croft Relic run, you drew the pages in the book, right? No, actually that bit of art was some of the other artists on the team. Probably Josh or Sater. they started working on that shortly after I left. That was kind of one of the last things they did. I worked on Lara's parkour animations, her big jumps and leaps, a lot of her basic animations as well, some of her combat animations, and I built the T-Rex and animated him, and the Manticore, and did all his, well, almost all his animation. Some of the other Ross, our technical artist, did some of the animation on him, and so did Sater. He was my favorite to work on, though. If you get to the desert level, you'll find him in there. Some of the big T-Rex animations were a lot of fun to do too, where he's interacting directly with Lara. So yeah, animation was mostly what I did on that project. Awesome, Steven64. What? Oh my god, I love the parkour animations. Great job. Well, thank you. I don't want to make it sound like I did all of them. There were so many. I did do a lot of them. That was my focus on this project. Previous projects, I'd been much more of a kind of a generalist doing. I did some of that too on this one. A lot of rigging and texture mapping and modeling and things like that, but it was nice to just kind of focus on the animation. I feel like I got a lot better at animating doing that, so. Well, it's good to hear from somebody who's apparently played the game. That's cool. Twitch Meter says, you built the T-Rex, you're referring to modeling it in 3D. Yeah, I didn't actually build the T-Rex. I modeled a T-Rex in 3D. I UV mapped it, I UV unwrapped it, I texture mapped it, painted the texture by hand, and then I rigged it and animated it. So yeah, all of the above on the T-Rex. Erica Rue, this has been so awesome. Thanks for letting us hang out with you and watch the magic happen. My pleasure. Thank you for coming. Off to bed for me. Good night. Good night. Thanks again for coming by. Willems, Tracy, do you know some French, seeing as you did well with the French Creole for the Savoys? Not a lot, no. Not enough. I wish I knew more. My mother's side of the family is very French, and her father actually grew up in a francophone household, from what I understand, but I'm sadly lacking, and in fact, when I try to speak French, I sound like I'm putting on some kind of bizarre German accent. It's not pretty. I do speak some Spanish, but no. The French is... And it's actually doubly difficult because Cajun French is its own animal. In fact, not only is it its own kind of species, it's like broken up into different subspecies all around the different isles and little pockets of French-speaking populations in southern Louisiana. So you might find like something from like Grand Isle is said differently than something that would be, you know, spoken in, I'm trying to think of some of the town names I know of where little pockets of Cajun French speaking population still exist, but I can't think of them off the top of my head. Slightly north of there on one of the other isles that would speak with a almost completely separate patois. Twitched Manir says the way Lara falls is a little unsettling. Yeah, she goes ragdoll, which can look a little realistic at times, but I don't know. Compared to the reboot games, it's significantly less brutal, I think, and much more like, I don't know, that kind of goofy, adventurous sense of fun that the older Tomb Raider games had, hopefully. Resident Bunburyist. Yeah, no one wants to hear my French, I assure you. You ran into a wall. That was, yeah, running into a wall is actually one of the more subtle things that can happen, one of the more mild things. Like, some of the other obstacles kill you in really fantastic ways. There's this trap in the desert location that's like these two giant cylinders that are rolling toward each other, and they've got spikes all over them. you can kind of get like pulled right inside of that, like a paper shredder from hell. As we were constantly playtesting the game while we were making it, that was always the most fun place to get killed. Katie Struck says, do you have any other awesome hobbies when you're taking a break from your art, like basket weaving or base jumping? Nothing quite so exciting as basket weaving. No, I do some minor renovation projects on my house. I haven't done that in a little while, though. I really need to get back to it. And I like to garden. And I like to take walks through the woods in these areas. And watch horror films. Minnie Selena says, I'd like to know some of your research materials. I have a major character who is Cajun, and I just want to make sure that some of the things he does is authentic. Yeah, it's tricky to find really good resources on this subject matter, I found. The more and more I looked for it, the more frustrating it got. Because, I mean, some things are really easy to research, and some things are just like, they're their own weird little category of obscure that makes it difficult. But I think Cajun French falls into one of those places because it's so location specific, and because it's a dying language. But there are certain things you can find online. Like, there are good examples on even like YouTube, and there's like some language project online where you can listen to different dialects and things, recordings of people from like the 60s and 50s who spoke in those dialects. I'll see if I can find the URL later. That provide great examples, and yeah, on YouTube you can find some old recordings of people speaking Cajun French or speaking with a Cajun or Creole accent in Louisiana. You'll find that like the Creole in Louisiana is different from the Creole in like Haiti and things like that. So it's tricky to find the exact right thing. Whatever you do, don't rely on the movies for your research because they get it wrong every single time. Cajun accent, they slaughter it. But I mean, in all fairness, it is really hard to get it right. But I do make an effort, and I appreciate that you want to be authentic as well, so good on you. Katie Struck says, read any good good books lately or graphic novels? Let's see, last book I read was House of Leaves, which I have mixed feelings about, and the last graphic novel, I think, was Saga that I was reading, which is really excellent. I haven't finished it yet. I've read the first 2 books. Tushmir, tell me about horror films. What's your preference, jump scare or atmospheric? Definitely atmospheric. Jump scare is cheap and it's boring. I definitely like the slow boil stuff that builds, and it's actually kind of hard to find things that kind of fit that motif these days. Everything goes for that, like, instant gratification feel, I suppose, of, I don't know, throwing a cat at the screen from out of the shadows and oh, surprise, and it's just kind of a cheap trick as far as I'm concerned. Something that really immerses you and slowly builds up the tension and such is, I think, much more admirable and also much more engaging and memorable. Lilums, with gardening, is it more flowers or edibles or succulents or just anything you feel like? A little of both. I did a vegetable garden this year. It's the first time I've had time in a long time to actually do that, so I built a raised planter and planted a bunch of veggies out there that the rabbits have been partaking in. But still, it's a lot of fun. It's nice to have that. And I planted some rose bushes out in my yard that didn't fare so well. I wish I had more of a green thumb than I do. I do okay with the vegetables, but when it comes to flowers and shrubs, I have mixed results. Merkers, do you still do the layout sketching part with pencils and paper? Yeah, I'm kind of dawdling along with this a little bit. Sorry if I'm being boring. I do. In fact, underneath all of this is actually pencil drawing. It just was particularly sloppy because I had rearranged parts of it. I drew it. I think I drew these way back in February or so, and then comes time to start refining them and making the finalized art for the page, and I realized I didn't like anything I drew, so I ended up doing it over again, or just digitally modifying it to such an extent that it goes through this really ugly looking phase that it's in right now. But yeah, I still do all of my initial drawing in pencil. It feels more natural to me. I don't know why, but I think that it's just like a tiny bit of lag when you're working on a Cintiq or a tablet. That it's, even though it's like not even a millisecond, maybe it's noticeable in some subconscious way, maybe. So you feel just slightly less connected to it than you do a pencil and paper. And so I find it's really comfortable to paint for some reason, digitally, but to paint in tone, but to actually do the pencil drawing that way is just not that, just isn't too appealing to me for some reason. Is there a pencil layer we can see? There isn't a pencil layer here. I've really just kind of mangled my pencil art, but here's some pencil, which I was trying not to show people because it's kind of jumping to, I don't want to give the whole next set of comic pages away, so. Norman Rafferty says hello. Hi, Norman. Katie Struck says, wow, I just looked up House of Leaves and it seems really unique and complex. It is definitely different, and the writing is like, even the layout is done with artistic intent in mind, and it, like, the way that the type formatting is done and things like that, and the way the fonts change and even the direction that the words are going in change and such. The author plays with that quite a bit, and while at first it was charming and interesting, it got to be a little bit, I don't know, pretentious as I read along, because I thought that, like, even though that was really cool, the story itself wasn't quite as clever as I thought it was. I don't know. I'm being really snobby about my literature right now, but I mean, it's definitely worth a read if you enjoy things that are mysterious and unsettling and metaphorical. Ted... Oh, The Hollowed. Have you ever thought about doing something on Gumroad, talking about how you handle drawing clothes and expressions? I haven't considered that, but perhaps I should. When did I start drawing, says Awesome Steven 64. When I was, I don't know, 4 or 5, I guess. So, since early childhood. That was a while ago. It's been 25 years plus that I've been drawing now, so. I'm not sure you could say that I was serious about drawing at that time, of course, but I certainly spent many evenings with a sketch pad in front of me, just drawing animals and things like that. Where other kids might be, I don't know, doing social, normal human things. Uh-oh, video problems from Skeedar Studios. I'm sorry about that. Technical troubles. I guess try back later, maybe. Ski dog. Here you go, Tracy. A little gift from me and my wife. Oh, that's adorable. Here, I'll move it into my, thank you, that's really cute. That's from Ski Dog? I'm sorry if I'm saying your username wrong. That's terribly adorable. Thank you. Katie Struck says, I know a good book you might enjoy, Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children. Sounds good already. Sort of reminds me of your work because of the old vintage photographs that are incorporated into the story. Plus there are some creepy monsters in the book that you might enjoy. That sounds pretty cool. I'll look into that. Crazy Piano Man is heading off for the night. Good night. Sorry this one came so late in the evening. Merker says, what's your sleep work schedule like now that you're doing Lackadaisy full-time? I am in the terrible habit of staying up way too late and then early into the morning. But that seems to be the time of day I'm most productive, so... Well, time of night I'm most productive, so I guess it's not such a bad thing, but certainly most of the world is asleep while I'm working, or most of the neighboring time zones world or is asleep at least. So yeah, I usually am up till, I don't know, 5 or 6 in the morning, and then I get up either in the late morning or around noon, and then I'm back at it again. Well, usually I'll do my yard work and stuff, and then I come in and get back to work early afternoon, and then work late into the night / early into the morning. Convention dictates you should, get an early start in the day and everything, but I don't know, it's just when you feel like a zombie in getting up in the early morning hours, and then you're trying to work, it's not very productive, so. My mother is very much a night owl too, so I must take after her in that respect. Or maybe it's just because everything's quieter then, and the world seems a little more private. It's just easier to hunker down and concentrate on what you're doing without a lot of distraction. And Z Mouse says, talking about atmospheric, horror-ish, but still humorous, you might also enjoy the artwork of Mina Sundberg's comics Stand Still, Stay Silent. Yeah, I'm familiar with that, actually. It's a beautiful comic. That and her previous one, A Red Tail's Dream. Really beautiful artwork. Willem says, staying up all night to do art sounds like a potter. Are potters notorious for staying up all night? Or are you a potter? If so, that's really cool. Twitch Minier says, are you a fan of Lovecraft's work, Tracy? Have you ever thought of building something eerie and dark? I do like Lovecraft. I have read through many of his short stories, but it's been a while. But yeah, I don't know. I think probably whatever project I end up doing next, however many years off in the future that is, I would probably end up incorporating some horror elements into it. Even with this comic, to some extent, I like to delve a little bit into eerie places, like the swamp and Ivy's dream and things like that. I tend to like to indulge in that slightly off-kilter stuff, I guess. Atmospheric, maybe. What about you guys? What are some of your favorite horror films or books or short stories? I'm always looking for more horror stuff to keep me unsettled in a good way. Lulum says, powder schedules are dictated by the medium drawing time and time for kiln firings. Ah, I see what you mean, yes. I'm an assistant ceramic artist, Daniel Buchanan. He's frequently up late. Ah. Very cool. So is that something, are you like apprenticing, or? Either way, that's pretty awesome. But yeah, the art frequently calls for every bit of physical and mental energy you can devote to it. So often demands all of you. And the most frustrating thing is when you can't abide. You have to go do your day job or something. You'd rather be happily burning the candle at both ends on something you love. American Werewolf in London. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's a classic. Katie Struck. I find it difficult to be creative and get any art done when there are people at home. Are there some difficulties you've had to cope with when working from home? It can be distracting. The cats, honestly, can be a pain in the butt at times. They love to sit on whatever you're doing, and of course, as soon as you're like getting right into the groove of something, somebody climbs right in my lap and decides they're gonna camp out there for the next hour or so, and it's like trying to work around them. And it just becomes a bit of a complicated factor. So yeah, there are some distractions at home, but I try to keep my workspace pretty free of that stuff, so I can kind of just cloister myself there and get lost in my work. Legend of Hell House, 1973 version. Yeah, that's a good one. Oh, actually, you recommended that to me on Netflix maybe a year or so ago, and I enjoyed that, yeah. Sort of influenced by The Haunting. Not the movie that came out in like in the late 90s or whatever it was, but there was a older film, black and white film, and then the short story, of course, that it was based on, which is probably one of the best out there. Good night, Risk Pig. Kayla says, I'm halfway through the new Clive Barker book, The Scarlet Gospel. Is really good stuff. Cool. Haven't read a lot of Clive Barker fare. Seen obviously some of the movies based on his stuff, but Katie Struck says, I don't have a stomach for horror. Always gives me bad dreams if it's too freaky or gory. Even Game of Thrones can be a bit too much for me when it gets bloody. Yeah, Game of Thrones can be pretty wrenching. It certainly tries to be that. sometimes to distraction. Twitch Min here says, I've been watching the Twilight Zone recently. It's amazingly well constructed for its time. Yeah, some of the Twilight Zone stuff is really, I mean, you see that old black and white stuff and you think, oh, how quaint, but then you watch it and you're like, wow, that was actually really amazingly good. Yeah, Twilight Zone has some really excellent episodes. They're a little, you know, hit or miss sometimes, but some of the best ones are. Hi, Maclar. Welcome. Hello, Dr. Hunter Ando. We're talking about horror. And pottery. And there's a plane, sorry. It'll be gone momentarily. Lilim says, I don't have a specific title, I'm learning the ceramic trade over time. He's family in his studios in the garage. That's convenient. I photograph his work and I'm trying to build him a website as well as put up what I have photographed on his social media. So much of his work is undocumented. Well, that sounds like pretty fulfilling work. Good for you. I'm sure there are a lot of really amazing artists out there that we just don't know about because they have lacked the resources or ability or what have you to make themselves known. Or sometimes just lack the business acumen. Artists often make bad business people, which is a shame because we could all of us stand to do better. At that aspect of the artistic existence. Of course, things like Patreon and Kickstarter have started to really open up some new possibilities for artists, which is very encouraging to see. Which Charlie Chaplin video was on your Tumblr? Says Awesome Steven64. That was what was it? I don't remember. It was Charlie Chaplin and Fatty Arbuckle in something. I had reblogged that from someone who asked me a question about the music in it, but I think it was a compilation of multiple. It was actually a compilation of multiple clips from multiple things, I think. But his favorite pastime was the beginning part. Hi, Max Headroom. Dr. Hunter Ando says, I have a question about Mordecai's design. Did you choose a specific cat breed or fur pattern to base him off of? No, it's just it's just a basic tuxedo cat kind of look. And the white rimmed eyes, I guess, just kind of, I don't know, I started drawing glasses on him and then just took it even further and drew white rimming around his eyes and gave him white eyebrows just to make his expressions all the more, I don't know, overstated, I guess. But I don't know, I guess I get kind of a, I make some kind of mental association between black and white cats and very serious business, so I think that's where that came from. It wasn't you know, some of those things, like where you associate certain colors or shapes or what have you with certain personality traits is largely unconscious. It's like a free association game you kind of play with yourself when you're character building using those sensibilities. I don't even know if you could call them sensibilities. They're just culturally and personally adapted connections you make in your brain over time. Valor's Rose says, "Hi Tracy, I love your comic and I'm so happy you can work on the comic more." Oh, thank you. I am too. Welcome. Welcome to the new people here. Frank says, "Is this the only chat room here, or are there multiples?" This is the only one. Hopefully not too crowded. Harold Krell says, "How are the glasses staying on his head?" They pinch at the bridge of his nose. Pince-nez. It's spelled pince-nez, but it's not pronounced that way. But that would be the style of glasses that you can see, like old photos of Teddy Roosevelt and even Franklin Delano Roosevelt, I think, even wore them. They were an early 20th century fashion to have glasses with no arms. Arms is not the technical term for what those are, but it just happened to be convenient because it's quite awkward to draw something that goes all the way up to their ears, because their ears sit much more on top of their head. So it didn't make a lot of sense to have them wearing glasses the traditional way. Agent Cow 27 says he looks really clean and smooth in his fur pattern too, which I think works well for him. Yeah, he likes to look put together. That's certainly one of his hang-ups. Lorraine says, "Lovely art as always, Tracy. It's great to see comics in progress. Gives me ideas for working on my own." That's very kind. Thank you. And I'm glad to hear that. What kind of comic do you work on? A webcomic, or just kind of got a project on the back burner or something in development? Max Headroom says, "I keep losing the video." Yeah, somebody else was having that trouble too. I'm not sure. I'm not having any glitchiness on my end, but I can't tell if other people are. I do apologize. I'm not sure if there's anything I can do about it. It might be a Twitch server issue. I don't know. Good night, awesome Steven64. Thanks for joining us. Lorraine says, I have a webcomic, but it's on hiatus while me and a co-writer pitch it as a GN somewhere. Oh, cool. Good luck with that. That's awesome. Harbrez4 says, have you seen Pro ZD's fan dubs? I have. He's really excellent. He's quite a voice actor. Very funny, too. Some of his vines are hilarious. I definitely recommend his following him on Tumblr or his YouTube channel or something. He's entertaining. Pandamon says, hello, I must say amazing art and amazing comic. Thank you. Hello and welcome. Oh, there's a picture of Sunny. Thanks for sharing that. Sunny is adorable. Harold Krell says, I used to have a cat that bit me all the time. Its name was Hurdy-Gurdy. I called it Hurdy-Gurdy. Yeah, well, that sounds appropriate. VX135 says, so if Rocky dies, do we get a sequel where his ghost haunts cornfields and Model Ts looking for revenge? I don't know if he'd be looking for revenge. I think, I'm not sure that's in his nature so much as looking for attention. Dr. Hunter Ando says, I have a job interview tomorrow morning. I would love to stay and watch you draw, but I need to sleep. I love your work, and I wish you the best. Thank you. Good luck with your interview. Thanks for dropping by. Sorry if the artwork's going a little slow here. I'm trying to keep up with the questions, but and also apologies if I miss your question. If I do, you can feel free to send it again. I'll eventually pick up on it. Dan Tata-chan says, so do you have your scanned paper on top as multiply and then each panel is grayscaled separately below it? No, I used to work that way and stopped because it was so much extra work to clean up the pencil enough that I could put it on top on multiply without having to just basically ink it all over again and do so much cleanup work on it to get rid of stray lines and things. So actually I usually just work right on top of my my pencil art. And some of it gets lost in the process, but and I end up adding paper grain back in, so maybe it's not the most ideal approach, but it has been seeming to work okay for me for the past while. My pencils usually, these are looking pretty sloppy at the moment, but these are what my pencils usually look like when I first scan them in. Showed these to the group earlier, but there's a lot of new people here now, so. Macklar says, I can't wait to see what old Morty is going to be saying here. He looks pretty angry. Yeah, he's, Seraphine definitely rubs him the wrong way, so. And being at a party unintentionally certainly doesn't help. There's a lot of tension in the room. Just adding some very rough, basic overall lighting to this Seraphine here to kind of give it some volume. And I'll go back and do the detail work on it. Mouth. Oh, someone's. Sorry, the chat's going a little fast here. Thysania says, I'm late with this response because I couldn't make an account for a while, but some old classics we enjoyed that I saw on some top 100 lists were oldies but goodies. And The Mouth of Madness, yeah, it's a good one. I think that's Sam Neill, right? The Serpent and the Rainbow is excellent. That's all about voodoo. Probably one of the best voodoo-themed horror films out there. One that actually has some elements of real voodoo in it instead of just making stuff up. Jacob's Ladder is great. People Under the Stairs, and some more modern goodies were Pulse, Insidious, Cabin in the Woods, Woman in Black. Yeah, some pretty strong ones in there. Thank you for the recommendations. I think we have similar tastes in horror films. Harbrez4 says, are there any comics, graphic novels, or strips that you would recommend? Oh boy, so many. In the webcomics arena, I guess I would say The Meek and Dershing Elmer's other comic that's currently running, Mare and Turnham, really excellent things. Someone else earlier mentioned Stand Still, Stay Silent by Minna Sundberg. Also really excellent. Cucumber Quest is one of my favorites. Family Man by Dylan McConis is one I follow pretty closely. Unsounded by Ashley Cope is really good. Honestly, there's so many out there, I hardly even know where to start listing them. I need to come up with like a link list at some point to share. What would you recommend? What type of music do I like listening to? Usually, I like a lot of like classic rock from the 60s and 70s, classic rock and folky stuff, Simon and Garfunkel-y things. I listen to some older stuff, like and revival stuff, swing, electro swing and revival, like Caravan Palace, Pair of Stellar, Squirrel Nut Zippers is one of my favorites. Pretty much I'll listen to anything that isn't country. Prog Race is excellent, yeah, Sylph 14 says. Beautiful, beautiful art. And really intriguing, fantastical elements. Just great stuff. On the note of horror, check Lock and Key. Oh, isn't that Joe Hill, Stephen King's son, does that one? Cat Ghost Empire. Hi, Lauren. Nice to have you here. Black Sad, yeah, we talked about that one a little earlier. stunning artwork. Certainly no shortage of media to indulge in out there. Sabine again says, if you like The Serpent and the Rainbow, you should read the book. It's drier. It's an anthropological work, but it's one that set the standard for... Oops, chat's going so fast. For readable anthro text, but it's good. I'll check it out. Thank you. Celadon K says, evening Tracy, I enjoy your work immensely, thank you very much. I've been twiddling around and making comics, I'm mainly a writer, and I've been struggling to get the various elements to align properly, art, dialogue, movement, action, and so on. Is this something that comes with practice, or are there specific tips that would help out? I think certain techniques work for different people. I will pretty much write everything down that comes to mind, even if it's a stupid idea, and then I will go back later, kind of weed out the things that, well, get me where I'm going as far as character arc is concerned, and kind of try to spot the things that form a thematic pattern, kind of pull those parts out and try to work with those. So usually I'll start with all the junk and just filter it, and then filter it again, and then go back and edit it again. So that's roughly my process. It's kind of a little hard to explain, but if there's something more specific I can maybe comment on, feel free to elaborate. Ever heard of the comic Zoophobia? I think I like his cartoony style. Yes, Zoophobia is great. In fact, it's featured quite a bit in that Stripped documentary that's available on Netflix right now, which I recommend if you're into comics. Let's consider ourselves grateful Rocky never uttered the words virgin nerd lord and wrought havoc on upon Lackadaisy. Okay. Fune13, write everything down, even the stupid ideas. Sounds like how you write fiction in general, yes. Sometimes the stupid ideas make the best side comics, I guess. Sometimes ideas that you think are really dumb at first, like when you start thinking about it, and then you're like, oh no, that's too stupid. Then you kind of explore it a little more, and you're like, maybe that's not so bad. And then, of course, sometimes the opposite happens too, where you're like, I don't know, clung on to this one idea for years or so, and then finally it comes time to write it out in detail after you've had it outlined, and it was this thing you were really looking forward to working on, and then you go back and look at it after all that time, and you're like, oh, this is terrible. And then you have to do it all over again. Same thing happens with drawings too, sometimes. You have this idea, and then you feel excited to work on it, and then you draw it out, and it looks a lot stupider than you anticipated. Macklar says, I just started reading Dreamkeepers, but really haven't gotten into it yet. Yeah, Dreamkeepers is excellent. There's so much. I mean, they've got the Prelude comic on their site, but they've also got the graphic novels, which I think they're making available on their site as well now. They used to just be in print. But that's probably the place to start, is with the first graphic novel, and then maybe branch out into the web comic that they have going. It's a really colorful world, lots of fun characters. The art is amazing, so. Rocky Rigby says, Tracy, you're actually half the reason that I switched from a biochemistry major to the fine arts major. I'm hoping to go into animation. Well, I'm honored to hear that. I hope it works out well for you, and I don't have to be complicit in a not so fun educational adventure. But that sounds great. What kind of animation? 3D or traditional or? Harbra says, did anyone mention Angel Heart yet? No one has, but that's a really great movie. I actually hadn't seen it until like last year or the year before. Really good, very disturbing though, pretty dark, but well done film. Kind of one of those like obscure little known ones, and I can't really put a finger on why it's so got kind of lost in the mix somehow. The Saint Jimmy 3 Rickaby, you're one of my biggest inspirations. I love how you play with expressions and outfits for your characters. Been reading Lackadaisy for forever. Thanks very much. I'm honored to hear that. I have a lot of fun both with expressions and outfits. I guess maybe it shows. Hopefully it does. Got a little bit of pressure sensitivity weirdness on this here. Working on a Cintiq, and sometimes the combination of that and Twitch makes the pressure sensitivity on the pen wig out a little bit, it seems. So that's hard to do these little beads. Rocky Rickaby 1995 says, I'm hoping to do 3D animation, but I've done a tiny bit of 2D and it's really fun. I've only done 3D modeling so far, no movement yet. Well, cool. What are you working with, like 3ds Max or Maya or one of those? I recommend trying out ZBrush too for the sculpting. It's definitely becoming one of the industry standards for character models. Kelladon K says, I tend to write about characters that aren't necessarily shining examples of morality. Makes the story work better for me. Plot, storytelling, etc. I've got more or less down pat. It's just the conversion of that to visual medium that trips me up. Reworking a chunk of pages is feasible in writing. Kind of hard to rework comic pages with Control X and Control V. Yeah, yep, that's one of the hard things about comics, is that editing is much bigger. Much bigger problem. But thumbnailing things out while I'm working on dialogue and such, I find helps me get the words and images flowing together. So that's generally my approach. Not to say that even after I do the thumbnails and even after I do the penciling for a page, I will frequently make a lot of changes, and then if I finish a page early, it's almost like I'm doing myself a disservice, because I will then want to change I'll then go to like upload the page, and then I'll be like, oh no, I need to change this and this and this, and I don't like this, and so it's like the longer I give myself to hem and haw over it, the more fussing with it I'll do. So endlessly fussing with it. I guess that's why they say that art is never finished, just abandoned. At some point, you just have to upload it. Call it finished. And then, of course, you can, when it comes to printing it, you can, if you do that, then you can edit it some more. Ampatorch says, Tracy, do you drink? Not a lot. I wouldn't say I'm a drinker. I have a glass of wine now and then, but I'm actually not a partier, kind of a boring person on that front. St. Jimmy 3 Rickaby, I always miss your commissions, but one day I'll have you sketch that crazy Virgil for me. He's like one of my favorite characters of yours, even though his role is fairly insignificant. Well, cool, thanks. I'm glad you like him. He's fun to draw. He was fun to draw when I was working on those comic pages. And I do appreciate anytime someone requests one of the lesser known characters or one of the less prominent characters. It's just fun to have a chance to draw some of the... I get a lot of requests for Rocky and Mordecai and Victor and stuff, but and Ivy. Not often do I get asked for Virgil, so that's cool. Harold Krell says, I once wrote a character who overheard his parents calling him evil and a pest on society. The twist is that they actually called him a weevil because he literally is a boll weevil and literally a pest on society. That sounds like some kind of offshoot of Metamorphosis. Kafka-esque. With a little bit of... Mel Brooks thrown in, I guess. Timeristic says, I remember finding Lackadaisy through the tutorial that you made on Emotions. Best day ever. I read the whole comic in practically one sitting. I love the story, love the art style, and chat's going by pretty quickly, so I apologize. And the side comics and pictures are lovely. Thanks for doing what you do. Thanks for reading. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the kind words. Foofy says, will Mordecai ever find love? I'm not sure he's looking for love, exactly. Sometimes he finds it, but he kicks it to the curb. Eddie Vin says, I'm so sad I have to sleep now instead of watching. I love your work, especially your expressions. You are a wizard. Thanks for making one of the best webcomics I've seen. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. And I'm sorry this was happening so late in the evening for so many of you. Try to mix up the times a little bit more. I do these so that people who actually go to bed at night can have a chance to join in if they want to. Good night, Max Headroom. Thanks for coming. Addie says, do you do this regularly? For patrons, yes. I don't usually do open live streams, but try to do them both more often as we go ahead here. And I get a little more comfortable doing them. It's a little bit of stage fright involved in doing these things for me. So, but by and large, I think they've been going pretty well, and so hopefully I'll up the frequency a bit. But yeah, the ones I've been doing the past couple months have been for patrons through Patreon, so they get the invites. The St. Jimmy 3 Rickaby says you're doing great so far. Thank you, I appreciate that. Hopefully I'm juggling the questions and art reasonably. Anthe says, "Oh, you're doing wonderful, Tracy. We really appreciate you doing this with us." Well, I appreciate you being here. Thank you. I hope I've making it worthwhile. But the chat conversations we tend to have here are pretty fun. So even though I experience some anxiety about doing these, it ends up usually being a fun experience overall in the end, so I appreciate everybody's participation in that. The chat conversations are often very funny and enjoyable, so. Agent Cow 27 says, "Do you ever find that some of your crazier expressions don't translate well to human faces in your human art? And do you have a method for dealing with that usually?" Yeah, some of the expressions they make with a cartoon face, when translated to a more realistically proportioned face, look downright unsettling, and not like the lighthearted, funny way that they're intended, but in a like, oh, that's grotesque sort of way. So yeah, I think either have to push it all the way into the grotesque and just go with that, or you have to pull it back the other way and make the face structure of the human character more cartoony in order to carry the expression without being completely off-putting. But I think you can easily end up in that like uncanny valley area where it's like it's a human face but it's doing something it shouldn't be doing, so it's like immediately on a visceral level just like not fun to look at. So Drainy Kitty says, "Your Patreon is almost twice as much pledged as your goal. That's fairly awesome and admire you being able to do that." Yeah, I'm really surprised by the turnout on Patreon and thrilled, of course. I was not expecting that, and I really appreciate the patronage and all the people who've been very patient with my update troubles over the past years as I was trying to juggle a game industry job and making the comic. A lot of people, it seemed, stuck around, which surprised me, and that really meant a lot when it came time to do the Patreon thing. I was thinking it would take like months or years to reach the goal if I ever did it all, so it was pretty mind-blowing. Tanalyn says, "Tracy, glad to see you on Twitch." Thank you, glad to be here. Twitch has been working out pretty well so far, I think. Harbrez says, "Well, didn't you say you drew cats because they make better faces?" Well, it's a little more complicated than that. They in a cartoon form they do, because I can kind of accentuate their expressions with the motion of their giant ears and their tails and such, and kind of combine the way a cat expresses itself with the way a human expresses itself, but also in a exaggerated, cartoony way. So I feel like I can get away with more with the cats than I can with like a human character, where you kind of restricted a bit more by the anatomy, and when you draw big eyeballs on something, they almost immediately become more expressive, so the cartoony aspect of it helps that too. Glasses Cat says, I know you probably hear this a lot, but you've been a pretty big influence on my art as far as doing expressions go. I try my best to push them. I will definitely contribute to your Patreon once student loans stop kicking my bank accounts, but that's understandable. I know student loans are rough. Anyway, I appreciate the sentiment, and thank you for the kind words, and I'm honored to hear that my expression stuff has been influential. That means a lot. Rocky Rickaby 1995 says, just curious about something. I actually wrote you an email 2 years ago asking if there was anything I could do to become involved in helping you with the comic in any way. I was that kid that said your comic got me wearing 20 style clothes and listening to old jazz all the time. I was curious if you remember that at all. 2 years ago, I probably still have it in my inbox somewhere. I would have to go look, but I do tend to get a fair amount of email. Especially lately, because I've been more active online, but it does sound familiar. Not a lot of people tell me that they started wearing 20s style clothes, so that's cool. Oh, 3 years ago. Oh, okay. That's even further back. Katie Struck says, good night, thank you for being an artistic inspiration. Don't forget to include dragon riding Mrs. Babka. Yeah, I have a lot of Mrs. Babka doing very un-grandma-like things on my list of things to draw. So, good night, Katie. Thank you for coming. Skip Not, thanks for doing a Twitch and answering questions while you do 2 thumbs way up. Well, thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Papalopolis says, not sure if this has been asked, but which character from the comic is your favorite? Mrs. Babka, obviously. No, it's really, it depends on the day of the week, what mood I'm in. So I guess I would say whichever character I'm most able to relate to at any given point is probably my favorite at that given point. Sometimes I'm in kind of a rocky state of mind. Sometimes I'm in more of a Zib state of mind, or Mordecai, or Victor, or Ivy. So it changes depending on mood, I guess. And frequently, if I'm working a lot with that character at any given time, I start to enjoy them more and appreciate their idiosyncrasies and stuff. Think about them more. What made them the kind of character they are, so yeah, it changes. But I think that's a good thing, I think, because it's kind of a big cast of characters. I don't want to, well, it's important to pick a certain number of characters to focus on and not get too carried away with it. It's probably also important when you've got like a ensemble cast to spread the attention around some. Harbrez, what do you think caused the aversion to anthropomorphized characters in the popular culture? I don't know that I could put a finger on it, really. I imagine probably the sensationalized articles and things that started coming out about how bizarre furry conventions were and stuff. It's easy to like take the weirdest aspect of any fandom or club or group of people and then like present that as if it's the norm, and then point that and make fun of it and make it like the straw man representation of what it is. So I think that's probably what happened, is that most of the world didn't know what the anthro community was, and so they, like, the first thing they saw about it was some Vanity Fair article that made fun of it, and the fetishized aspect of it. And but for some reason I think the most extreme parts of it became more well known than the most common parts of it, which is, I don't know, in my experience, largely just people who like drawing animals or just like cartoon animals. Kind of just fell by the wayside because that's not so interesting. CSI didn't help either. Celadon cases, yeah, that probably didn't help. But I think it's kind of waned a bit too. I think it's like it was at its peak at some point in like the early 2000s, and everybody was railing against the furry community. And now it just seems like it's just another part of the internet that, like, I haven't seen anybody really get up in arms about it lately. So I don't know. I don't tend to think about it much. The St. Jimmy 3 Rickaby says, Lackadaisy would make an awesome animated series. Have you ever thought about consider this? Not very seriously. I mean, I haven't gone around pitching it or anything, or I'm really just I don't know what'll come in the future, but I'm just interested in telling the story right now, and that certainly takes up enough of my time and energy to keep me busy. So for now, I'm content to just do that, and we'll see what happens other than that, if anything. Again, I apologize if the art is kind of slow going and dull at the moment, because I'm trying to juggle reading questions and answering them with the art. It's a little tricky to do. If you guys could do me a favor, if you have questions going ahead, if you can kind of put an @Tracy in front of your question, that'll help me spot it in the text as it goes by. Soup Boy Sean says, good morning, everyone. I'm off to bed. Good morning. Good night. Thanks for coming. Papalopoulos says, Tracy, who was the first character that you created? I've been watching you for a while now since I joined DeviantArt, and I've loved them so much. I'm so glad you're doing well on Patreon. Thank you very much. Rocky was probably the first one who came about. He was kind of a contextless character. I would draw when I was, I don't know, in middle school on my school notes and those paper grocery bag book covers that we had to make for our textbooks. I would draw all over those, and Rocky was usually what I draw. But he didn't really have any like background or anything. It was just like a cartoon character that I had fun drawing. It's based on my cat. And then, like, all these years later, I had more or less forgot about that, and then ended up buying this old house in the St. Louis area, and got very interested in the history of the place and the city, and found out about these caves underground and everything around here. Those things, for some reason, started gelling together with jazz music, and for whatever reason, the cat characters, which was mostly Rocky, that I would draw when I was a kid, and they just kind of, like, I don't know, congealed into something, so I just went with it. It felt natural to have cats running a bootleg operation for some reason. I'm sure I could say exactly why. Cats are just, I don't know, they straddle that morally ambiguous background pretty well, I think. Cats can be, they can do terrible things, and yet we're still often charmed by them. So I suppose that must have been part of my logic. They'd make good gangsters. Okay, I missed some things here. Going back to Got to Be Strange. Lackadaisy, how do you plan your panels, and any tips for how to keep it from feeling too clustered? I usually will thumbnail things out before I even start pencil drawing. By thumbnails, I mean I do just these little tiny, basically thumbnail size sketches to figure out the flow of my comic. And at that time, when I'm doing the thumbnailing, I'm also usually working out dialogue too, so that I can kind of figure out where I need panels that house enough, or that accommodate large speech bubbles, or panels that don't include any dialogue but need to communicate visually and stuff, and I kind of like work out how the panels flow together at that point, and space things out if I need to. Like sometimes I'll do a set of thumbnails for a page and I'll feel like, oh, this is too clustered, and I'll just break it into 2 pages, or break off the bottom 3 panels onto a different page, or rearrange things a bit, make a big panel in the middle to house a lot of the dialogue so it doesn't like clutter up the smaller panels. Anyway, yeah, thumbnailing, that tends to be the thing that helps me most with that. I change things a lot after I scan, then I'll do my pencil drawing based on my thumbnails, and I'll scan it, and then I frequently will end up editing it further to my liking. Vince9950 says, "Hi Tracy, so excited to see you doing a live stream. I've been reading your comic for years, and I was psyched to see you be so successful on Patreon. You deserve it. Lackadaisy is absolutely fantastic." Thank you, that's very kind. Let's see. Dan Tato-chan says, "Nice and impressive use of dodge, burn, and smudge. Especially the first 2 get confusing to me because of that range label and the exposure percentage. Could you give us a hint about these tools? Also, really enjoyed the last color wallpapers you did. They are grayscaled at first. Are they grayscaled at first or colored directly? I'm curious how you approach color also." So, yeah, the dodge and burn tools, I wouldn't recommend actually using them for color stuff, because when you're working in grayscale, you are getting degrees of white or gray, or black, when you're working in dodge and burn. But if you're working in color, you're going to get unpredictable colors, basically, and you're kind of relinquishing control of your colors at that point. But yeah, with grayscale, I find frequently dodge and burn give me that kind of soft look that gives the comic its overall like fuzzy old-fashioned look, like it's a old memory or something from an old photograph. And that's kind of the style I am trying to achieve with it. And so dodge and burn tend to work out well for that. Of course, I mix in a lot of just direct paintbrush tool and texture overlay and things like that as well, and texture brushes. So yeah, that's my recommendation, is probably don't use dodge and burn, except in very specific circumstances if you're working in color. But you can also, like, sometimes if I'm doing a color picture, I will start with a underpainting that is grayscale, and that I might use dodge and burn on, but then the painting on top of it, that's just to establish the values, shadows and highlights and things. And to give it dimension with lighting, and then the painting on top of it is one thing I do. And sometimes I don't. Sometimes I forego that altogether. I just paint directly onto a pencil drawing. Kind of, I don't know. It depends on what I'm doing and what kind of look I'm going for. If I'm looking for something that really pops as far as color goes, then I usually will just start painting directly. If I want something that has a little bit of a sepia undertone, or it looks a little faded with time, then I will frequently do a sepia underpainting. I'll paint it in grayscale, tint it sepia, and then paint on top of it with low opacity brushes. So hopefully that answers that to some degree. Scheming Miner says, do you have a specific book source or site that you use for archaic slang lexicon? Not a specific one, although there is an online slang dictionary, the name of which escapes me at the moment. Has a lot of early 20th century slang mixed into it. That's great. There are lots of references online, but some of them are really questionable. Like, you can find those old, like, slang dictionaries that everybody posts on their blogs and things, and they're a little, it's iffy if they're accurate. But if you do enough digging and you find some more academic sites that reference these things, and those are frequently more reliable. So sometimes you have to do a little bit of internet sleuthing, but you can find some things. Also, reading old books that were contemporary to what you're trying to write about. Like, if you read books that were written in the 20s, and frequently you'll pick up some of, like, the way people spoke. Popolopolis says, do you know when your comic will be put to print? I'd love to have a hard or a soft copy of it to read. Volume 1 is in print. You can get that on Amazon or 40e.com, my publisher. And Volume 2 should be going to print at the end of this year, if things go as planned, barring catastrophes or anything. And that'll also be a 40e publication, probably, so. Well, almost certainly. I don't see why it wouldn't be. The Devil's Delilah says, can I ask if you've ever heard of the movie The Cat Returns? I always wonder how Rocky would react with Baron. I have people, when I started posting the comic, people kept saying, pointing me toward that movie, which is one of Studio Ghibli's lesser-known films, I think. I don't know if it was Ghibli that made it, or if it was like an offshoot of them that did. But yes, I have seen it, and it's a very charming little film. Well, little sounds patronizing. It's a charming film. I recommend it. If you like animated things, especially if you like Studio Ghibli things, it would probably be right up your alley. And how Rocky would react with the Baron, I don't know. I imagine they would get along quite well, actually. Both a little bit theatrical. PieJumper5814 says, do you have any previous designs or ideas for characters or places for your comic? Oh, do you mean, did I have other ideas for when it might take place or something? Yeah, I think way back I was considering, it wasn't really Lackadaisy at the time in its essence. I was considering doing something that was set during the 40s instead, but I don't know, the more I've learned about local history and such, the more interested I became in the 20s, and oh, that's not right. So that's the direction I ended up going with that. And there have been character designs and things that have certainly changed over time quite a bit, or that at the very inception were just like totally different from what they ultimately ended up being. Even Rocky's character was rather different at the start. He and Zib were basically one and the same character, and then I kind of started developing Rocky's character further and realized he would make a terrible band leader, and so I kind of needed a different character to fill that role and to kind of tie the band to its past history that was very separate from where Rocky came from, so Zib became necessary. Popolopolis says, if I bought the book on Amazon, would it be straight from you, or is it through your publisher? Well, anywhere you buy the book, it will be through my publisher, but if you buy it more directly from 40e, then more of the funds go to the publisher and me, but it's frequently so much easier to buy on Amazon. I don't want to, like, steer you in one direction or the other. I know people have Amazon accounts or Amazon Prime and save on shipping and things, so if you buy it through Amazon or anywhere, I consider me thankful. The St. Jimmy 3 Rickaby says, Tracy, when Volume 2 comes out, will there be an opportunity to get a package with a sketch commission in it? Might I finally be able to achieve my Virgil sketch? Yes. Yes, there will. Also through Patreon, the $50 tier offers a sketch. It's full at the moment. It's at capacity, but I think you can sign up to get email notification if a slot opens up, so if you eventually want to get a sketch that way, you can. And you only have to be a patron for a month to get the sketch. If, I understand, like, if at a $50 tier, you don't want to be paying that multiple months in a row. Anybody who does is extremely generous, but after 1 month, if you've, been a patron for that long, then you'll get a drawing, so you don't have to remain a patron forever. If someday you make Dantata Chan says, if someday you make a Gumroad tutorial about this grayscale or color or anything, let us know on the Patreon page. I'll buy it for sure. Okay, I will let you know. Thank you. I gotta go look into Gumroad some more and see what I might be able to do for that, or in that vein. Got to Be Strange says, if Lackadaisy turned into a animated movie, who would you think you'd cast as voices for your characters, or simply what kind of voices do you hear in your head? It's hard to describe, and I'm not sure I can really put actors to the characters very well. I've tried that in the past, and it always comes up not quite what I need, but I'm always happy. There are people who have done voice recordings that have been really excellent before. You can find them around YouTube. Some people like ProZD does some really excellent stuff with the character voices, and there was a troupe of voice actors who did some Lackadaisy episodes. I have quite enjoyed all of their interpretations. They don't always necessarily match my own, but it's kind of like, I don't know, the point of something like a graphic novel is really that the part that the reader can interpret is, that's one of the parts that a reader gets to interpret for themselves. And so I don't want to say it's right or wrong. Whatever impression you get from it, I'd say is the right thing. A lot of people seem to interpret Mordecai as having a British accent or British inflection of some kind, and that's kind of always amusing to me, because I guess he does have a very upright way of speaking. I can see why American readers might construe that as very British seeming. But he's actually from New York, so he doesn't sound British at all. He tries not to sound like he's from New York, but it shows, especially when he gets worked up. In my mind, anyway. Dingle McFreud says, does Rocky even have a driver's license? No, but things were a bit different back then. Frequently you would get grandfathered in as having a license, and I think it was about the 1920s when they actually started enforcing that. But in the course of, in the grander scheme, driving was still a pretty newish thing then, and so if you learned to drive, it was usually you learned from a family member or something. You didn't go to driving school or what have you, and then you would just end up getting a license as the licensing system came to your state or what have you. I think it started happening on a state level before it happened on a federal level. So you might have a period in time, probably in the 20s, when a lot of people driving around didn't have a license, but they had learned at a young age how to drive, and people who were just learning how to drive would be getting licenses. Let's see. Dingle McFreud says, does Mitzi have to pay property taxes for the cave under her restaurant? I would say no. I think the cave is probably not something that technically even belongs to her owning that property, but because it's below the place and they have the singular, well, presumably singular access to that part of the limestone caves down there, that they certainly consider it theirs. It's, I mean, they're running an illicit business out of it, so it's probably for the better that it's not on the tax record. But she does certainly have to pay taxes on the building itself that sits above it. Papalopoulos says, I'd love a signed copy if possible, but I love just your comic on my shelf. Well, thank you. I do occasionally do signed copy runs or signed and sketch copy ones, so I will certainly make it known on my website and such when the next sale of that nature comes around. And I do go to conventions too. I'll be at San Diego Comic-Con, and book sketches are basically what I do there. So so if you happen to find me at a convention, then I'd be happy to sketch a book for you and of course sign it for free. Rocky at the DMV mini comic, yeah. I would say if some people got grandfathered in, he might get grandfathered out of being a driver. Sabine again says, so if Missy's apartment is next door to the little Little Daisy Cafe, what occupies the floor above the cafe? She's actually 2 floors above the cafe. It's a little 3-story building. The offices that they operate the business out of are partly in the on the 2nd floor. So whenever she's walking into Atlas's office, where she's got his portrait hanging above the desk, that would be the 2nd floor, and she's converted the top floor to an apartment that she lives in. The door is off to the side, but it leads straight upstairs to the other levels of the building. Kath222 says, are any of your characters queer? Not all of them are straight, strictly speaking, so the answer to that would be yes. It hasn't really come up in the story much yet, but... Hopalopoulos says, I just placed an order. Try to catch you at a con for... Okay, great, thank you. I appreciate the patronage, and I hope you enjoy your book. When did Deadbolt 1985 says, when did Victor emigrate from the old country? I note that in one of the front page photos he's wearing a doughboy uniform in World War I. He married at a very young age and came to the United States in the early 1900s, kind of trying to put the unpleasantness in Austria-Hungary behind him, and a lot of Magyarization kind of drove a lot of people out of the area at the time, and many of them ended up in the United States, and some of them even ended up fighting against their homeland in World War I. And so that's basically more or less Victor's story. Agent Cow 27 says, is the Little Daisy Cafe based on a real building? Sort of yes and no. There's it takes some influence from a one of the storefronts down in like Leeds Landing in St. Louis, near the riverfront, and then there's another place in Old St. Charles, Main Street, St. Charles, where it takes some further influence from the way the storefront is and the building layout and architecture. Lots of old brick buildings like that all over St. Louis, and well, I guess over every American city, really. Built before skyscrapers were architecturally engineering possibilities, before steel support was put into use. You could only build a brick building so tall. So, Lorraine says, heading off for the night since I work tomorrow, but it was lovely listening in and watching you. Tone and Tracy. Good night. Thanks for coming. Have I got to be strange? Says, I love your human drawings of the characters, but would you ever draw the characters as different animals for kicks? If so, what springs to mind? I don't know. I drew them as potatoes once, but that's not quite an animal. I don't know, people ask a lot what they would look like as dogs, so eventually I'll probably do something like that, just for fun. Be fun to noodle over what dog breeds might best represent each one of them, I suppose. Lackadaisy penguins, yeah. Jackanapes with Scarves says, my college town has a place called the Daisy Cafe, which made me super happy. They had my very favorite omelets. Cool. The St. Jimmy says, forget dogs, draw them as sloths. Sloth gangsters. That's a brilliant idea. Two-toed sloths or three-toed sloths? I guess that would be the question. Cath222 says, okay, now I'm really curious as to who could Mordecai be asexual. He gives off that vibe. His lifestyle is certainly asexual, yes. People ask a lot if he'll ever find love, but that's just not on his priority list at least not at this point in his life. Rocky Ricky B says, is there a limit on questions? No, it's just I'm trying to paint and answer questions at the same time, and sometimes they go by faster than I can answer them. So if I am missing your question, I apologize. It's not deliberate. I'm not keeping track of how many questions people answer or ask or anything. It's just trying to answer them in order, but they elude me every now and then. It's hard to look at one monitor and try to answer questions, but also try to do art. I'm sorry about the buffering issue too. I'm not sure there's anything I can do about that. I think it might be server side or Twitch, or it might be user side. I don't know. It's hard to diagnose. Mick Dubin says, I absolutely love how you do hair. This is a very good example. Oh, thank you very much. Seraphine's hair, when it's not tied way back, is a lot of fun. Deadbolt 1985 says, do you personally think waffles are awful, or should that be taken as the personal views of Mordecai and Rocky? I do not have such strong opinions about waffles. No, I like waffles well enough. All the views expressed by my characters should not be taken to be my own views. They are criminals by and large, so our opinions don't always line up about what's ethically right or wrong, or even what breakfast food is the best. Was the moon in the waffle comic a reference to Journey to the Moon? Yes. Rocky Rickaby. Yeah, go ahead and re-ask your question. That's fine. I'll try to catch it this time. Sorry about that. Are any of these characters supposed to be portrayed as specific breeds of cats? I know there are a few that come to mind, like Wick, for example, but otherwise, Zib or Victor, whatever. None of them are really intended to be a really specific breed. Like, I mean, obviously, Wick has Siamese cat markings, but they're kind of each one of them, rather than being a really, like, specific breed or species of cat, they're just a kind of a conglomeration of cat traits. So when I'm designing them, pretty much anything that's feline is fair game as far as, like, you know, the bone structure and length of fur and fur pattern markings and things like that. So, you know, I'll mix things together. Like with Victor, he's got some Maine Coonish look to him, but like his tail and such. But he's also got some bobcat and lynx mixed in there. Zib has some caracal mixed in. He's supposed to look kind of like a stripy alley cat, but also has a little of the exotic, like, caracal look to him. So, okay. Gotta try and catch up with these questions here. At a point, the scroll bar for just going back in a chat becomes so sensitive because the chat is so tall that it's almost hard to even find where I am. Sorry about that. Tracy, I've been meaning to ask about Mitzi. Was she ever actually in love with Atlas? With so much history with Zib, it seems strange that she wouldn't just go back with him after Atlas's death, though. She seems to give off a vibe that she is power-hungry, but in a more vulnerable way. As in less tyrant, more drug addict, or on withdrawal. I was just wondering, because of her thing with Wick, is that genuine either, or is she just doing what she must to stay on top, even if it means not being with the one she... I think that got cut off, but that's alright. I think I get the gist of it. The, yeah, likening her to kind of recovering drug addict is not altogether off mark. I would say that she clearly still has some kind of feelings for Zib, I think, but, and also I don't want to give, I don't want to spoil too much. I kind of like to let the comic speak for itself without giving too many of these things away directly, but just saying it. I mean, it's meant for reader interpretation, but with Atlas, I think, well, I'll let you kind of decide if she was in love with him or not, or if it was something else. She certainly seemed to derive a large part of her identity from him, a new kind of identity that she didn't have when she was wandering around playing you know, music, playing the ukulele and stuff with Zib as a kind of almost transient musician lifestyle. And Atlas certainly seemed to spark something in her that made her really like the way she felt about herself and her new lifestyle. So whether she's having a difficult time parting with that or with Atlas himself, the story will elaborate a bit more on that, and of course some of it's up for reader interpretation. So good question though. And with Wick, I would say there's a definite I think they are simpatico, but and maybe there's a little bit of lust there, but we'll see if that develops into something more, I suppose, or if she's permanently damaged that particular relationship by robbing him. Gotta Be Strange says, Lackadaisy Cat's art style is addicting, and I'm always tempted to draw other characters from shows, movies, books in the Lackadaisy Cat style. I hope that'd be okay. What characters from something you would like, from something you like, would you draw as Lackadaisy Cats? Oh, I don't know. But if you're asking permission to do that, by all means, feel free. I'd be honored. But for me, I don't know. I guess I don't usually watch something and think, oh, I should draw that as cats. I guess I see my characters that way, but I don't see like I don't go around looking for the potential opportunity to draw even more characters as cats. I guess I get my fix of cat drawing from Lackadaisy, but I don't know. I'm sure there are plenty of things out there that our characters would make good cats, but a lot of people, when Boardwalk Empire was on, people asked me a lot to do Boardwalk Empire characters as cats. That'd probably be fun. That's Sebastian crying at me. He's my Siamese cat. Looks a little like Wick, actually. Dingle McFreud says, is Rocky proficient at anything but throwing bottles of justice? He's pretty good at the violin, actually. If there's anything that he's actually pretty good at, it's music. He has a flair for that, so. McDoop, not sure if this was already addressed or not, but am I picking up crickets chirping in the audio? I don't know. I can't hear it myself. I have headphones on, but there is probably crickets outside my window, unless you mean in some metaphorical sense, not literal crickets. Apologies if there's background noise filtering in. Seismogenic says, does Mitzi still ever play her ukulele? Not too often. I would say she's pretty distracted at the moment, not feeling very artistic these days. She's learning to be something she's not very familiar with, and I think she's got some mixed feelings about it right now. So she'd probably be happier if she was still playing music, though. Naklar says, I noticed Mordecai and his gun are never far apart. Is that more because he likes them or more out of habit in his profession? It's, pragmatism, really. don't think he has any special fondness for guns in and of themselves. He probably appreciates the engineering that goes into them, but appreciates them for their efficiency or their stopping power or what have you. But it's not something, I think, if he were not in the particular profession he's in, that he'd have any real, like, he would devoted interest in. But because of what he does, it's sort of a necessary thing. So as a matter of practicality, he's usually well armed. St. Jimmy says, I hope to see more Lackadaisy sloths someday. I think tomorrow I might sketch up a few and post them to Tumblr. I'll be sure to tag them in the Lackadaisy tag if you're interested in seeing them. Of course. I hope maybe to see sloth art from you from someday, though I think that's a bit far-fetched. I have to go to sleep now because I have class tomorrow. Good night. Thank you for the conversation. You're very entertaining. Thanks for joining us. Pie Jumper says, Tracy, what is your favorite Studio Ghibli movie? Well, that's a tough one. Spirited Away, Princess Mononoke, probably those two. I haven't actually seen The Wind Rises yet. I keep meaning to see it, and because it looks really interesting. And it's about like the man who invented the Zero plane. And it looks like I'd probably quite enjoy that one. But I mean, they're all so. Howl's Moving Castle is great. I mean, it's hard to pick a favorite. They're all kind of mind-blowingly wonderful. So, Porco Rosso is a good one. Yep. Clearly, Miyazaki has a passion for flying machines. Dingle McFroy says, up to what degree of firearm can Calvin shoot? Can he operate a Maxim or Vickers? I would say he has not actually had that much experience with it, so he's really just maybe a little overzealous about it. But probably the largest caliber thing he's fired would have been the Thompson submachine gun. Good night to those of you who are heading out. Thanks for joining us. Master Lias Lentak. Sorry if I'm slaughtering your name. How about your favorite Disney movies? That's a tough one. Mulan, probably. Most Disney princesses leave kind of a sour taste in my mouth. Disney over the years, as much as I loved it as a kid and loved watching the art form itself, I would watch like Bambi in slow motion and stuff on my VCR as a kid, wreck the VCR in the process. Most Disney stuff just doesn't, I don't know, doesn't really do it for me these days. I find a lot of the princessification of little girls to be a little off-putting and unsettling in some ways. Loki's Advocate says, how much of the story do you have planned out? Do you use scripts to keep everything organized? I write, I I have the story outlined, and then as I get closer and closer to actually working on art for a part of the story, I will flesh out the script in more detail, and then I will thumbnail the whole thing, do another pass on the dialogue, then I'll start penciling it, and then frequently I'll edit it further after that, change some things around. Nothing like just, you know, panel arrangements, and sometimes plot elements get moved, shifted a little bit this way or that way or what have you, but yeah, the outline helps me keep going in one direction, or in the right direction, and then I do a lot of the fine detail work the closer I get to actually posting pages. So I'll usually work like try to work like at least 7 or 8 pages ahead, even if that doesn't mean drawing the pages that far ahead, and frequently thumbnailing them, and try to treat sets of pages kind of like a mini chapter. McDubin says Thor's a Disney princess now, so there's that at least. There is that at least. That gets a thumbs up. Tasty Salmagundi says, nice name. Are you watching any series at the moment? Let's see. What did I watch most recently? I have been watching Game of Thrones. I stuck with Mad Men pretty loyally throughout the whole thing. I haven't been watching any of the latest. I've been meaning to start getting back into Netflix series. I gotta start watching The Flash, and people have been pestering me to watch Agent Carter, which I've heard really good things about. So Agent Carter is probably first on my list of things to watch next. Captains says, do you know when club pins will be back in stock? They are actually in transit, from what I understand, in transit right now from the manufacturer to my publisher. My publisher will let me know as soon as they come in, which could be a matter of days or a matter of a couple of weeks because they're coming overseas. Sometimes things get held up in customs and things like that. So, but it should be very soon. Certainly should be this summer unless some unforeseen problem arises, and I will make it known on my various social media outlets as soon as they're back in stock. Tasty Salmagundi says The Princess and the Frog was pretty good. Yeah, I liked Tiana's character as someone who was set on working to achieve things and not set on marrying a prince to make herself happy. She just kind of incidentally did that, I guess. But yeah, I mean, they had some nice Art Deco stuff in there, but most of the costumes, like her princess dress and everything, I thought it would have been really neat if it had a very 1920s look to it, but they kind of like tossed that to the side and just made her a regular looking, like, you know, that same princess dress style they draw on everything. It's kind of disappointing in that regard, but overall I thought that was one of their better films that featured a princess. Tysania says Agent Carter. Yeah, Eric's been bugging me to watch it, so it looks like it's something I would like, so. Loki's Advocate. Do you ever work with other local artists? Do you know Gibson Twist? I don't. No, I'm actually kind of woefully lacking in that, like, outgoing social department where, you know, you go and meet other artists and make connections like that. I have, you know, most of the connections I have are from working in the game industry, and there are a few little game shops and independent game developers out here and stuff that, and the other artists I know. So the other artists I know tend to be in the game industry more than in comics, in this area anyway. I do know quite a few comic artists from convention trips and things like that, but I don't know who Gibson Twist is, but I'll look it up. Or him or her up. Hollow Oak says, what is your opinion of the webcomics Ava's Demon and Dream Keepers? If you've seen them, sorry if you've read this already. I have no idea if you've seen this or not in the sea of questions. I've seen some of the art from Ava's Demon. I haven't read it yet. Looks really stunningly beautiful, but other than that, I don't know much about it. And Dream Keepers is, yeah, I've kept up with Dream Keepers for years. I have met Dave and Liz before and communicate with them, or with David anyway, pretty frequently online. They're awesome. Their comic is awesome. The art's great. They really love what they do, and it shows. Happy to see them having a successful Kickstarter right now. So, yeah, if you like indie comics and webcomics and want to support some independent creators who are making it on their own, I definitely recommend Dream Keepers. Really fun characters, fun art style too. Very, I think both Dave and Liz, who work on it, are animators in terms of education, at least, and and that really shows in their art. They have there's a lot of natural motion to everything they draw. It's pretty engaging. Tasty Selmagun, do you have any artists on Tumblr asked to work with you? Not really. They've asked, I mean, I've got requests for art and commissions and things on Tumblr fairly frequently, but not requests to like work with me in the sense that they want to team up on something or what have you. I've had a few invitations to contribute to like anthologies and things, but just at least up until now, I haven't had time for that sort of thing, so I've always had to kind of decline regretfully. But maybe going ahead, I'll be able to do some things like that. Seismogenic, sorry, did you say something that song or band recommendations? I must have missed it, I apologize. Harbra says, would you go to New York City Comic Con? Actually, yeah, earlier in the live stream I was talking about wanting to get to that one eventually. Not sure if that'll happen this year, but maybe the year after. Kath222, I read my copy of the first volume several times and it fell apart at the binding. That's not good, I'm sorry. Is it worth getting another copy? Has production changed, or would it meet the same fate? Can't wait for volume 2. Depends on when you bought it. We did have one print run that had bad bindings, and we ended up switching printers to fix that. So, but I'm not sure at what stage you bought yours. I think it was the second print run that had that problem. I think we're on the fourth now, and that problem has been addressed, at least as far as I can tell. Having gotten several copies of the latest print run, I haven't had any luck trying to destroy them just by opening them repeatedly, so hopefully yes. And in fact, if you contact sales@4de.com, and usually if you send back the book with the bad binding, they'll send you a copy, a new copy for free. I apologize that happened. That's certainly not supposed to happen. My publisher and I both care very much about the quality of the product, though, and do our best to prevent that and to remedy that when it does happen. So, so if you need to get in touch with you can email me or message me on Tumblr or what have you, and I will put you in contact with the publisher if you want to get that fixed. Any book that can't survive 50 stories is not a book at all. Harbred says, do you research old Hollywood much? Some. I mean, as it pertains to the comic, yeah, some like film references and references to actors and things from the era have popped up here and there in the comic, and so I do take an interest in it in that capacity. But so yeah, a little bit. I'm sure there's plenty I don't know, but the evolution of the film industry and such is a pretty interesting one. 1927, when the comic takes place, is actually the year the first talkie came out, which would have been The Jazz Singer. Previously, of course, they were silent films with no actual character dialogue. Do you have interest in the 1930s leading up to World War II? Asks Master Lieslintak. Especially in the films during this era. If so, does that ever influence Lackadaisy? Well, I try to stick mostly with the late 20s, but the early 30s too. And certainly the Depression is an interesting affair. Did some reading on that. And World War II as well. I have frequently sat down and worked on comics with the History Channel's endless World War II stuff running in the background frequently. So yeah, I mean, to some extent. If there's something specific about those eras that you are curious about, then feel free to ask. Hollow Oak says, I recommend Zoophobia. Yeah, we had a little brief conversation about that earlier in the stream. And I was saying I do enjoy the look of that comic, very cool. And I think the creator / artist of that was featured quite a bit in, if I'm not mistaken, in the Stripped documentary that I keep mentioning. Loki's Advocate, where'd all your know-how come from? General research? Do you take any classes in American history, or are you secretly a time traveler from the 20s? No, it's just all, I don't know, just I'm interested in it, and especially interested in it as it relates to the comic. I guess that's narcissistic in a way, but I mean, when you've got these characters who live in this world, it just kind of naturally follows, I think, that you become interested in the time and place they lived in, and because it's so interwoven with who they are as characters. So, you know, anything that would have comprised the culture they existed in is of interest to me. Sometimes it pops up directly in the comic, and other times it's, you know, just indirect because it helped me pin down who this particular character was, what their background is or something, what kind of neighborhood they grew up in, or conditions they grew up in, or what have you, what kind of jobs they might have had before they ended up running bootleg liquor. So I do a lot of, anyway, to answer the question more appropriately, I just do a lot of reading and research. I've kind of amassed a small library of books since I started the comic about the 20s and the fashion of the era and the music of the era and the cars of the era, even the trains of the era. You got a cat Hitler floating around somewhere, or has something to add to the old to-do pile. I'm not sure that one will make my to-do list. There are plenty of cats with Hitler mustaches on the internet, though, so Richia, just popping in to let you know that I really admire you. You've had a big impact on my life. Thank you for all your hard work. Oh, thank you. That's really sweet. Thanks. Are any of you guys in here artists as well, or working on comics of your own, or we had a few in here earlier, or doing some comic work? Master Elias Lentak. I was mostly thinking of Golden Age films. Busby Berkeley is one director just because he deals with darker themes for 30s films. It has an interesting style. I'm pretty sure he helped... helped bring the motion picture production code. Byworks cartoons are another. Yeah, iWorks is an interesting guy. Probably not as well known as he should be. And the motion picture code certainly had a major impact on the way films started going. Prior to that, there weren't a heck of a lot of restrictions. But after that, things like the being able to portray like a gangster as a anti-hero good guy became something you actually couldn't even do. They either had to, there are some like old James Cagney films and things like that where you can really see the influence of the of that sort of regulation starting to impact the way the movies were made. And I don't think it helped films for the better. Certainly, the artistic restrictions are kind of silly, but all very interesting stuff. Segabean, is it Sagebean? I'm sorry if I'm saying your name wrong. I'm an artist, but I've yet to do anything professionally. I hope to at least open commissions soon, since times are being tough money-wise. Well, good luck with that. It's a big step as an artist to start earning some money with your work. That's how I started too, doing freelance work. Burtail says, I'd really love to make comics, but I'm not at the skill level yet, don't know where to start, so I'm just biding my time working on the quality of my art for now. Not a bad thing to do, to keep working on it. That good enough place that's kind of an elusive, non-existent thing, though. There's really no defining moment at which you become good enough. Your artistic existence is like one of constantly being in the learning phase, so don't forget that. And good enough really only ever means like at what point somebody wants to pay you to do something, or at what point can you get someone to pay you to do something. It's never a like well-defined moment at which you're like, aha, suddenly I'm good enough. So don't let it become my advice anyway would be, don't let it become a reason to continually procrastinate if you really want to do something. I would say the best way to learn how to do it is to start doing it. So, I hadn't really done comics very seriously before Lackadaisy, but and I could have spent probably years just fiddling with doodling comics or starts and stops on the project and things like that. for a long time before I started it, but the learning actually happened when I started doing the comic, just making it. And yeah, a lot of this early stuff I could redraw and probably do a lot better now than I did before. And I look at it now and I cringe, but at least I know that I have come a long way since then. So, I mean, there's no number of books or books I could have read or tutorials I could have done that would have got me, where I am as a comic artist. It was just doing comics, and I still have plenty to learn, but kind of sometimes you just have to jump in with both feet. The Black Lotus 92 says, what was your very first comic ever? Oh, well, that's kind of right in line with what I was saying. Small skits apply as well. I used to copy, like, when I was like 9 or 10, I would copy Garfield comics just for the sake of drawing something. And then I later graduated to Calvin and Hobbes comics, and would kind of just imitate Bill Watterson and stuff. And then I would like draw my own comics of Calvin and Hobbes, and they were, of course, terrible, but I was learning something and doing that, I guess. And then like around high school, I started drawing my own characters in comics for my like really cruddy little sketchy comics that I would draw for my friends while I was working as a library aide and just sitting there kind of bored at the desk. I would draw stupid comics for my friends. And later I kind of fiddled with it a little bit with a prior project I was working on, just seeing if I could do it. And then and the ideas for Lackadaisy started coming together, and it seemed like a really obvious thing to tackle with a very visual, storytelling approach. So comics just seemed like the natural thing, so I just kind of started doing comics. It was really, Lackadaisy was really the first serious comic attempt of mine. Danny Birdie, good night. I enjoyed watching your stream, and your art really inspires me to continue getting better and to start my own comic soon. Thank you. It's very kind. Good night, and thanks for joining us. McDupin, we should get together as a fan group and be like the Cat Pack or something. we could get together somewhere online and just create stuff. Yeah, I've been actually thinking about opening a little chat. There's a thing called Chat Wings I was fiddling with, and possibly thinking of just hosting a little chat channel so anyone can log in anytime and chat. But I don't know if there's a lot of interest in it. Chat about comics and art, stuff like that. Tasty Salmagundi says, as far as series go, do you keep up with any cartoons? I've been bad about cartoons lately. I know Steven Universe and Adventure Time and such are all very popular right now. Legend of Korra, but while I've seen bits and pieces of all of them, I have been terrible at religiously watching them, so I have a lot of catching up to do. Is there anything you'd recommend? I'm all ears. Mr. Nobody says, so during one of your recent pages you had the dialogue in a full-on Cajun tongue. How long did it take you to get it to read how it sounds? Well, I hope it reads how it should sound, or sounds how it should, at least. Yeah, that's of all of the characters who speak with accents and such, the Cajun one has been the hardest to pin down, and I'm sure I'm making errors, but I try really hard to keep it authentic. There's a lot of research that goes into this stuff, and French speakers are always coming along to tell me that this grammar is all wrong, except that the grammar, I reference the grammar from actual Cajun speaking, so it's I try to get it right, but it just happens to be different from continental French, different enough that it's the way they spell things, the word order, the words they leave out, the words they put in that are sometimes of Spanish origin or Native American origin or something, or spelled in a very Creole way as opposed to continental French. It's hard, and it differs so much from like location to location. Little pockets of Cajun French-speaking populations exist through parts of Louisiana and I think even in eastern Texas, and even Missouri has its own version of French. And so it's hard to really get it accurate to just one of those places. So and there's not enough information to just focus in on one and pull all your information from there. So I have to pull little bits of information from everywhere. There's a lot of internet digging, hours and hours of it to get that stuff right. I think the real question is whether or not the Lackadaisy cats are Jellicle cats. Well, based on what Jellicle cats say they are, I suppose they are. Their Jellicle cats are small and black. And I don't remember the lyrics to that song. Rocky Rickaby says, I looked you up on Wikipedia a while ago. Is a photo in the page actually you? It's the only photo I get when I search Tracy Butler. Blonde hair, wearing a red sweater. Yeah, that's me in the Wikipedia article. My hair is not nearly that long anymore. I cut it all off, and I'm not exactly blonde. It looks blonde in the photo, but it's more of a lightish brown color. But yeah, that's me. Captains, will we ever see what Rocky's father looks like? Did he have big eyebrows? Bigger eyebrows? Yeah, he had the dad brows. I'll probably draw him eventually, do a family image or something. I guess I can't escape it. I have in mind what he looks like, so I'll draw it. Agent Cow 27 says, as someone from South Louisiana and a family who's been in Louisiana for a couple hundred years, it all has seemed somewhat appropriate to me. You're right about it being really non-formal and varied. Oh, thanks. That's good to hear. Reassuring to hear from someone who's from the area. I have visited, and really enjoyed my visits, but I have not lived there, so. Oh, Gravity Falls, yeah. Tasty Selma Goodney says, I forgot a lot of Steven Universe fans also like Gravity Falls. So I recommend that if you want to ignore your Netflix backlog. Yeah, Gravity Falls I've seen a little bit of too, and I found it really, really pretty great. So, in fact, of all the ones I listed, that one probably would appeal to me most. I need to do some catching up. Over the Garden Wall, I did see that, yeah. I picked that up on, purchased the quote-unquote season from Amazon Instant, and that was great. Really loved that. The atmosphere, very autumnal and a little bit spooky and lighthearted and funny at the same time. Yeah, it was just a kind of heartwarming and kind of a perfect little amalgam of storytelling elements there. And art style, artistic. The art direction was great. Kath222 says, oh, sorry, I missed the first time you asked. Do you listen to music when you work normally? What kind of music do you like? I listen to music, yeah, very frequently. Especially when I'm doing work on comic panels like this. Helps me just kind of focus in on what I'm doing. I usually, well, I listen to, like I said earlier, a lot of like 60s and 70s era rock for some reason. Some folk stuff, like Lorena McKennitt. Like Irish folky stuff. And various other musicians in that vein. I listen to a lot of old jazz. I like that crackle from the gramophone. And some revival bands like the Preservation Hall Jazz Orchestra and electro swing stuff like Caravan Palace and Pair of Stellar, and I like things like Brian Setzer Orchestra, Squirrel Nut Zippers, and sometimes just playlists in those areas on Spotify. Sometimes I don't even know who the musician is, but there's a lot of playlists to explore there that play stuff I like. So I'm not terribly picky about what I listen to. I like a lot of things like the Kinks and Electric Light Orchestra too. Some 80s stuff. $300 billion degrees says, way back in 2006 you drew a how to draw tutorial where you referenced a couple of things that should be best left to separate tutorials, using a kneaded eraser to eliminate friends that are no longer useful, and rationalizing Rocky destroying half a city block with a grilled cheese sandwich. Is there any chance we might see these in the future? As tutorials, yeah, I suppose. I guess I could do I could do the second one as a chit-chat time or something. That'd be fun. If only I knew how. It kind of takes Rocky's special touch to achieve that, I think. So. Twitch Manir says, big band, brass band orchestras. Yeah, like Brian Setzer, and obviously going way back like Glenn Miller and things like that, yeah. Yeah, I enjoy that stuff. Like the 40s. Big band was all the rage. Rule 34 on the sandwich. Let's hope not. Good night, Harbrez. I hope I'm not saying your name completely wrong, but I probably am. But thank you for coming and asking good questions. Good night. Minnie Salinas says, it's slipping my mind, Tracy, but are you self-taught? I haven't been to like a art school. I wanted to go to college for art, but that didn't quite pan out. So I don't really have a formal education in art, no. I did have a family, well, not a family friend. I had a I would say I'd call her like a mentor when I was a kid who was an art teacher at a local private school, and on Saturdays she would hold these like kind of informal art classes in her basement at her house. So I went to that for a long time, and she certainly taught me quite a bit. So I certainly have to like credit her for teaching me pretty much everything I know about just construction drawing. And that certainly helped me keep me interested in art and kind of helped me reach the conclusion that I could be an artist someday. But I don't have I didn't go to like a college or a specific art school or anything like that. So I guess, yeah, kind of somewhere between self-taught and mentored and just a matter of like having done it for a long time. If you were, Rocky Rickaby 1995 says, if you were to ever make another comic series, what would the theme be? I've always had an interest in starting a little steampunk themed comic as practice or something like that. I'm not sure. I talked a little earlier about how I really enjoy atmospheric horror themes. I love, I'm not a superstitious person at all in any capacity, but I do love a good ghost story. So maybe something in that vein, or, I mean, there's also like character backstories for Lackadaisy I've considered maybe following through on as like maybe a short 1-volume comic in some cases or something that we'll see how it goes. I don't know. Once I'm done with Lackadaisy, which is still years off, if I still want to keep working with the characters, I might consider doing something like that. So it would be more like a slightly earlier in the 20th century, if I did, kind of Edwardian. Maybe I could mix those elements together. Who knows? Minnie Selena says, I really do want to go that route. I think I'd go insane in college after the military. Ah, you're in the military now. Yeah, if you, I think to each their own. Some people thrive really well in a school environment and learn a lot that way, and some people do better learning on their own. I think it's all a matter of like what kind of person you are and how much motivation you have to just keep forging forward, and how resourceful you can be about finding the equipment and the hardware and the software you need to do it, and to find the learning resources to do it. Thankfully, the latter has been becoming easier and easier with things like Skillshare and other online learning resources. Like Schoolism is working on creating a $10 a month online digital painting character design course of study, which is really awesome. So yeah. Pie Jumper says, do you like the game Bloodborne? I've been seeing a lot about it lately. I have not actually played it yet, so, but it certainly looks really cool. I know it's got steampunk / horror sort of thing going for it, which sounds quite fun. Contronym says, hi, I'm so happy you've been able to return to this comic. So am I. Thank you. Contronym says, also, I can just picture Edwardian clothing, costumes, and your style beautiful. Yeah, I really love, like, dresses and such from, like, early 1900s, 1910 or so. Actually, things got very simple in the 1800s, and then, of course, as the Victorian era came along, things got more, clothing designs became more elaborate, and then remained that way through, like, the Gilded Age. And then, of course, in the 20s, things got simple again, but certainly very stylish. But yeah, I kind of like that over-elaborate clothing. Those little spats of history where clothing got crazy, and, like, women's hats were just these enormous things that like wedding cakes on your head, you know. Agent Cow 27, have you ever listened to the horror podcast series Welcome to Night Vale? I have. I did listen to it for a little while I was still working in the game industry, just to kind of have something fun to listen to while I modeled and animated. Yeah, it was pretty cool, well acted, interesting stuff, funny and creepy at the same time. Yeah, those hats, they'd have, like, that was, of course, the time when the silent era film boom happened, so people spent a lot of time in theaters, and they'd have these specialized, just like nowadays we get told to turn our cell phones off, they have these specialized little PSAs come up and tell women to take off their giant silly hat so that the people behind her could see. Tasty Salmagundi says, what did you do while in the games industry? Short of selling my soul to the machine, a little of everything. I started out as a 2D artist there, and I was doing, like, illustrations and promo art and web graphics, and then I moved on. I picked up the 3D stuff and became a modeler, texture artist, animator, rigger, pretty much everything. Did a lot of concept art while there, a little bit of 2D animation, but mostly 3D. Creating and animating monsters was quite a lot of fun. So. Dee Dee Farang says, did you go to college? I went to college for biology at a little school in Massachusetts. Didn't stay long. I knew I wanted to do art, but I was in a situation where my parents were helping me foot the tuition bill, and they had decided that if I was going to pursue art, they weren't going to help me with that, so I was a little bit stuck in the situation of having to do something more pragmatic as they saw it, so I studied biology, and then, but while I was there, I was also doing, like, little freelance gigs, and I put together a portfolio, put myself out on the web, and that's how I ended up in the game industry. A lead programmer at the company I ended up working for had seen my work, and they were in need of a 2D artist at the time, so they flew me out for an interview to St. Louis, and I ended up with a job, and that's how I landed here. So that was kind of a lucky stroke, I think. I wasn't quite sure at the time that I was even employable as an artist, so it was very validating to have somebody come along and offer a job to me while I was kind of pining to be studying art while I was studying biology. Sky665 says, do you think you'll ever start going to conventions again? I met you at WonderCon once in San Francisco years ago, which was awesome. Yeah, I will be at San Diego Comic-Con this year. I probably will be at some other cons, but I'm not quite sure yet which ones. I need to work that out with my publisher. But yeah, SDCC this year, this July. And probably, I think, yeah, I'm not sure what comes after that. But I will, when I do know, I will post it online. Didi Farang says, I'm in that same position. I just graduated with a bachelor's in architecture, but I don't want to work in the field. Could you talk more about that transition period and leaving biology behind? Well, I mean, I was basically just spending all of my time, and probably more than that, more than the free time I had, I was spending lectures drawing in my sketchbook. Which I shouldn't have been doing, but that's, I mean, I guess your heart will lead you wherever it's gonna go. So, so I mean, I was doing a lot of what I wanted to do, even though I was in college and knew what I wanted to do. So I started taking steps like putting up a website portfolio and taking on first just like doing some request art and stuff like that, and then taking on some little freelance gigs, and then I mean at some point you know, you start, this was at a time before Facebook was really big and things like that. I think MySpace was sort of a thing at the time, but at some point you know, maybe generate just enough page views or clicks that somebody who's looking to employ you in some capacity comes along, and that can turn out in your favor, or even just simply making connections with the right people, so you hear about job opportunities and things as they come along, can make all the difference. So yeah, I mean, it is, as much as it's, you know, kind of crappy to admit to it, the people you know factor in quite a bit to your job opportunities frequently. So making a lot of connections helps. Getting yourself out there and online and that. So kind of, I would say, if you're looking to transition to something else, I guess, are you looking to transition into art from architecture? Then I would just start doing what you want to do and start, whether you're being paid for it or not, spend your free time on it. If you love it anyway, then, I mean, you're going to do it anyway, right? So get that out there, share it, develop an online presence. It certainly is, it might not lead directly to where you want to go, but it's certainly not going to hurt you. Twitch Meter says, did you drop biology? I dropped right out of college to take the job as an artist, so but I'm interested in biology. I like biology. I love anatomy and talking about evolution and things like that are all very interesting to me, but I haven't studied it in a professional, in a you know, academic formal capacity since I left school. Minnie Selena says, I did have a few more questions to ask, but I think it'd be more appropriate to ask offline. Do you have problems with me sending a note on DA? No, go ahead. Feel free on Tumblr or DA or email. It's fine, whatever. The Afro Mistress. How's everyone doing? Good. How are you? Welcome. Yeah, someone mentions the cats in the background. Sorry, they are a little bit yowly tonight. Mifune13 says, Osamu Tezuka, creator of Astro Boy and Blackjack, went to college and got his medical degree. That's really cool. Yeah, it's funny how many people go to school for something that they don't ultimately end up doing. Happens a lot. I think part of the problem is that sometimes you just don't know what you want to do at when you're college age, and that's understandable. And sometimes you just don't know how to do what you actually really want to do, so you end up doing the thing that's drilled into your head while you're, in public school or what have you. You're just that whole idea that if you don't go to college and get some kind of bachelor's degree, you're going to be flipping burgers. And that was the message all through school when I was, grade school. And it sticks with you, and it's not necessarily true. It's propaganda, really. I mean, some things certainly do require a degree and many years of college, and other things you don't necessarily. I mean, if you know what you want to do and you have some ability to do it, you can find a way to do it and find a way to make a career of it without necessarily putting yourself in debt to the tune of $150,000. McDupin asks, Sebastian, do you prefer behind the ear scritches or base of the tail? I would say he's a behind the ears kind of guy. He's a little bit skittish around people he doesn't know, but he'll usually let you pet him around the head. So, good night, Mini Salinas. Thanks for the excellent questions and for joining us. Mifune, yeah. He got his medical degree to make his parents happy, but always wanted to be a cartoonist. Yeah, there's a lot of that mixed in too, where the pressure to have a job that has some amount of prestige to it, and where you're kind of like you're living out somebody else's dreams and fantasies instead of your own, and that just tends to not ultimately make anybody especially happy. So it's hard. I can certainly understand how it's hard to avoid that, being pressured in that way. I mean, before you're in college, your family life is everything, and so if you're having not only your schooling but your parents doubling down on you about how important it is to go to school and do this or that earns you this amount of money or whatever, and it's easy to kind of lose your footing on your own path. Maybe someday eventually some people find their way back to their calling. Sometimes it doesn't happen until later in life, but I guess all I'm saying is if there's somebody out there telling you you can't do what you really want to do, then take it with a grain of salt, because they might just be wrong about that. I've now officially lost my pressure sensitivity, so I'm going to be signing off in a bit here. I'll take a couple more questions, I guess. Sorry if I've missed anybody's questions. I do apologize. I've been trying to keep up, but I'm not sure I've done a very good job of that. Loki's Advocate says, do you have any advice for someone trying to get published in the River Styx literary magazine? I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure I know of that literary magazine, but if that's actually a serious question, I would say start putting your writing out there. Get as good at it as you can, and get yourself a little following on the internet. Just by putting some of your work out there and let people read it and get to know you as a writer and offer you feedback and make connections and get to know other writers and then get to know of writing openings and do some networking. Mifune says, it worked out pretty well for him, though some of his best work is a result of having an MD. No doubt. I mean, certainly, like, any knowledge you gain from... I don't think it's ever in vain to have an education, because whatever you do, whatever you learn can inform something else that you do. I mean, I certainly am not going to compare my little biology education to going all the way through medical school, but I certainly picked up a lot about anatomy and, you know, form and function of animal and human bodies to translate over to art. And so certainly nothing you learn has to be, you know, tossed aside, even if you end up pursuing something quite different. Glasses Cat says, I went to school to learn 3D modeling, and the past year I've been interested in game design. I've learning the Unity engine, but I need to learn actual game design somehow. What's the point of learning the tools if you can't use them properly? Well, that's certainly true. I, you know, read about game theory and things like that. I mean, obviously, it sounds silly, but playing a lot of games can teach you a lot. I'm sure you probably already do that if you're that interested in game design, but yeah, there's kind of like that fundamental base level. Like, I know a lot of those technical schools and those for-profit schools that are now falling under a lot of scrutiny because they're kind of scams. Well, I won't mention any school names just to avoid getting myself in trouble, but they'll teach you how to learn how to work with like Photoshop or 3ds Max or something, but they won't teach you anything about actual like art in the very basic fundamental sense, like, you know, understanding composition or color theory or you know, values, lighting, perspective drawing, any of that. They'll just teach you how to use the tool, and then, but what do you do with it? You can mess around with Photoshop filters, put a vignette around a photograph, but that's not going to get you a job. And then they, you know, charge you thousands of dollars a year for tuition and leave you kind of in debt and nowhere to go. That sounded pretty dire. I'm not likening your situation to that. I'm just saying good for you for recognizing that you need to learn how to use the tools properly. You need to learn the tools, but you also need to learn what the fundamental principles behind using them are. Mr. Darkwraith says, curious, but have you ever seen or heard of another webcomic called Romantically Apocalyptic? It's the comic I found aesthetically as detailed as your own. Yeah, I've seen it on DeviantArt, I think. But I was under the impression those were photo manips or something. I don't know. It's definitely really cool looking. I don't really follow it, but I have heard of it. Rocky Rickaby 1990. Maybe I need to take another look at it. I don't know. Rocky. Sorry, my chat keeps jumping. My girlfriend wants to do commissions, but is having the hardest time getting her name out there. What kind of places do you recommend for her to advertise herself? I think before you start actively advertising yourself, probably just put your work out there. Put a portfolio, like a body of work out there, and update it regularly to kind of generate some return interest. Places like Tumblr, even DeviantArt has its uses. DeviantArt tends to be overrun by a lot of fan art, and it's easy to get lost in all of that. But I mean, sometimes you can kind of catch a foothold and work up some viewership there. I mean, even like Instagram or what have you, make a Facebook page. just make your own personal website, things like Wix and Wix, and there's others out there allow you to make a very visual website for free with a template. Just get your stuff out there and try to find an art community of some kind to interact in. Behance is great for building portfolios online. If you put some quality work out there, they'll feature you, and a lot of people looking to hire professionals to do things will go to Behance lately. It seems to be an up-and-comer as far as, artists finding jobs. Even places like Elance, if she wants to do freelance work, get on elance.com. Put your portfolio up there, put your work rates up there, and then people go there. Like frequently the game company I worked for would go there looking to pick up freelance artists for small jobs here and there when the on-site staff didn't have time to do everything, and we'd go looking there for artists who had the abilities and style we wanted and such. So there's no shortage of venues to go to. It really depends on what kind of art you're trying to get into, and just got to find your little inroads. Twirless says, this question is a departure from the rest, so I apologize for breaking the flow, but how would Mordecai and Seraphine feel about their shippers? I think Mordecai would be just as perplexed as would people asked about him and Victor and their shippers. And Seraphine, I think, would be quite amused. But I don't think there's any love between them, so they'd be, I don't know, she'd be maybe more bemused than amused. Smirky. And she might play it for a laugh, but Mordecai would just be lost on the idea. Why anyone would assume that they'd be a good match would be beyond him, I think. Diaphro Mistress asks, probably a while ago, I'm sorry, I'm running behind on these. May I ask a question that does not necessarily relate to the comics? Sure, of course. If it's like art stuff or entertainment related stuff, whatever, yeah, sure. Flarbies says, sorry, every time I try to start reading a question, my chat jumps. Sorry for asking again, but I was just wondering how you found your style and if you maybe did a lot of experimenting before you landed on one you liked. Sorry, this may be too big of a question. I think when you're talking about developing a style, it's a bit more organic than that. I mean, you could go about it in a way where you're like, you really deliberately zero in on what style you want, but it's generally more of a natural process where the things you're exposed to and that you like and that you learn by imitating and things like that just start to kind of accumulate and snowball over years into what your natural style ends up being. You might at some point say, well, I have this art style and I feel it's lacking in this area, so I'm going to deliberately start pushing these like silhouette shapes of my characters further. I'm going to start incorporating color theory a lot more strategically. So at some point you might, make some real deliberate, calculated changes to it, but and I don't know any artist who's ever at a point where like, yes, I'm happy with my style, it's perfect the way it is. I mean, there's always a point at which you're like, it's a never-ending state of displeasure, of being displeased with what you have. I think that's just natural. I think a lot of people get depressed about it, but I think it's actually a good thing. It's something that motivates you to keep looking for ways to improve and evolve. So hopefully that kind of answered your question. Sorry if I missed the point or something. Pie Jumper says, sorry if I spammed questions. I just made an account a couple of hours ago, so I don't really have a feel for... Oh, don't worry about it. It's fine. There's no... It's casual chat, so don't worry about that. Diaphro Mistress says, yay, thanks. I was just wondering what breeds of cats you have, and if one of them is similar to a particular character. Yeah, I've got, Calvin is he's just a domestic short hair, orange ginger tabby, and that's the cat that kind of influenced, that kind of inspired Freckle. Ivy I used to have. She passed away last year after some aggressive lymphoma got hold of her, unfortunately. She was a sweet, chirpy little cat she's looks like a black cat, but anytime the sun shined on her, she looked brown, like chocolate brown. So that's how Ivy ended up looking that way. But she was also just a domestic short hair, kind of just most of my cats are rescues, moggies. Calvin though. And that's kind of where Ivy came from. Luca is I haven't based a character on him, but everybody tells me I should call him Victor because he's a Maine Coon and has one eye. So he actually came along after Victor's character was already in the comic, though. So there's that, and then Sebastian, who also came along after I had started on Lackadaisy, looks quite a bit like Wick, I think. He's a Siamese cat with white paws, kind of like he's wearing gloves and spats. And he looks like quite the sophisticated gentleman, but he's really kind of a doof. Contronym says, actually, your comic is one of the few I read that I don't really have a clear favorite out of the mains because I love them all so much. Oh, well, that's great. Thank you. Glad you like them. I guess that's probably the best I could hope for as far as characters go. I enjoy working with all of them, so hopefully that shows. Diafro Mister says, I'm sorry about your loss. I'm sure Ivy had a great owner. I hope so. I think she had a happy, comfortable life. She was... I'm not sure how old she was when I got her from the shelter, but she was probably 2 or 3, so she was 13 or 14 when she passed away, but I think she was a happy, comfortable little cat for most of her life. Okay, I'm kind of dead in the water as far as the art goes. My pressure sensitivity, I don't know what it is with Photoshop and Twitch, or the Cintiq and Twitch, or some combination thereof that kills my pressure sensitivity after so long. So I'm gonna wrap things up here. Thank you everybody for joining me and for asking excellent questions, and for reading the comic, and for just generally being awesome. Seismogenic says pressure sensitivity cut out often. Seems to only happen when I'm live streaming, and it only happens after like a few hours. I don't know what I'm doing. Possibly if I reloaded my my Wacom file preferences settings, it would fix it, but I'm a little burnt out at the moment. So I think we'll call it a night, and I'll do some digging and see if there's some known issue with the Cintiq or with Photoshop CS5, or maybe it's Windows 8, I don't know. So many things to factor in. Contronym says, I tell all my friends about Lackadaisy and everyone loves it. Keep on being your awesome self. That's very kind. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Okay, good night, guys. Take it easy. Thanks for dropping in. Signing out.